Chrissy has contacted the CPM there, so I'm sorry. We'll have to wait a few more minutes. I'm adding the petitioner, attorney, and prosecutor. Is Mr. Graves in the room yet?
He is on his way. Sorry.
Yeah, hearing should have started.
Good morning. Morning.
All right. Have a seat.
Morning, Miss Lee.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Okay, it looks like we've got the petitioner present, counsel for the petitioner, counsel for King County, and 4 of the board members are counsel. TVW is on board, so I think we can get going. Jennifer, is that right?
Yes, I'm adding some of the victim family members.
Okay, I'm going to open it. Welcome to the June 11th, 2021 session of the Governor's Clemency and Pardons Board. This is an open public meeting subject to the Public Records Act. The hearing is being televised by TVW and is regularly rebroadcast. All testimony is not only being recorded, but is being taken down by our hardworking court reporter, whom I will introduce shortly. We expect counsel, petitioners, witnesses, and members to conduct themselves appropriately. Please mute yourself when you're not either asking questions or speaking. Make sure that when you are going to speak, if you've got any other devices going in the background, like TV or some TVW, cut it off, because that provides a great squelch for us to listen to. I used to say when we were in person, if you misbehaved, I'd call in the state patrol and have you escorted out of the room. But now we'll just electronically whisk you out of the room, which Jennifer can do quite nicely. I'm going to make some introductions. First of all, the young lady who makes this whole thing happen, Jennifer Rayom, our hardworking paralegal who puts it all together. Our legal counsel, Katie Faber, who's on board. Our court reporter, Chris Manley, who's also on board and has been with us for quite some time. Department of Corrections, Chrissy Brule, who's been a real steadfast supporter of us, and we rely upon her. The board members, all 4 of the 5 board members are present. Rhonda Salveson is not present, but we have 4 members, which is more than a quorum, so we can get going. And I'm going to let the board members introduce themselves, beginning with Evelyn.
Good morning. I'm Evelyn Jensen, a longtime Seattle resident and honored to be on the Clemency and Pardons Board. As a 3rd-generation Chinese born in South Africa, I value and I'm proud to be a U.S. citizen. I have experience in the public and private sector, having worked most recently as the advancement director for Seattle colleges. And for 12 years, I commuted daily from Seattle to Olympia when I was the director of the Department of Lottery and Department of Licensing.
Thank you, Evelyn. Cheryl?
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Angeletti Harris, and I'm an attorney. I've been practicing in the areas of civil rights and employment law for almost 30 years now. And I am proud and honored to be a member of this board.
Thanks, Cheryl. Raul?
I'm Raul Almeida. I'm a retired chief of police and law enforcement since, 39 years.
And I'm Jim McDevitt, chair of the board. I've been on the board for 11 years, proud to be on the board. I have been an attorney in Spokane for 46 years. I spent 9 years as the presidentially appointed United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Washington, appointed first by President Bush and then reappointed by President Obama. Served a short tour as Spokane's police chief, and I'm now about 99% retired. Happy to be here. I think that's pretty much it. The role of the board is to take testimony of all the interested parties. We'll discuss the case at the close of testimony. We then vote to grant or deny a petition for commutation of pardon and the reasons. The factors that we consider, which I think are in our bylaws but are worth repeating, are the seriousness of the offense, the impact of the victims, whether there's a significant and documented need for clemency, acceptance of responsibility, remorse, and atonement, personal development and positive life changes since the offense occurred, the offender's criminal history and other relevant background, including infractions while in prison, whether the individual has complied with all obligations imposed by the court, which is usually the court mandated costs, and the amount of time elapsed since the offense occurred, risk or benefit to the community, and also which we consider and we will probably add to our book, the exit plan or the reentry plan. In other words, what's going to happen day one, week one, month one, year one, after release, if a release is granted. After we've discussed the case, after we've closed the testimony, discussed the case, we vote and give our reasons if necessary. I don't need to give reasons. We then pass the recommendation on to the governor, who makes the final decision on whether to grant clemency, which is a modification of the sentence, or a pardon. The governor is not bound by our decision, and a certain percentage of the decisions of the board are not followed. I'd say maybe roughly 10% of our decisions are not, our recommendations are not followed by the governor. The governor does not have to act on our recommendations. Although, as I've found in the 11 years, and I'm sure the other board members will attest to, never have I seen the governor go against the board where the board has denied a petition, and never have I seen the governor overrule the board. Typically, it's the other way around, and that is the governor does not always follow what the board recommends. The governor or their counsel see something differently about the case. But again, keep in mind that our action is not a final action. It is merely a recommendation and a strong and an important recommendation to the governor. The hearing procedure will call the matter. The order of the petitions may be modified. An opening statement, a brief opening statement by the petitioner or his or her counsel, witnesses for the petitioner, witness for the opposition, and the prosecuting attorney, and then we vote to grant or deny. I think in this particular case, the first case we'll call will be the petition for commutation in the matter of Charles Graves. We've given you until 11 o'clock. We don't expect that you'll take all that time. The shorter, the better. Remember that we've had the opportunity to read all the documents. So please don't repeat what's in the documents that we've all read. A brief summary and new material would be appropriate. We'll go for an hour and take about a 5-minute break and then finish up your case and then move on to the next one. So counsel, are you ready to proceed on the Graves matter?
I am.
All right, go ahead.
I thank you, Chair McDevitt, and the other board members for your time. I know Mr. Graves is very respectful of the board granting this hearing. My name is Ryan SHANOVICH. I'm honored to appear on behalf of Charles Graves. Charles is an extraordinary individual who did a terrible thing. A man whose response to a sentence of life without parole was as follows, and I will summarize briefly. First, treating all the employees of this facility, Clallam Bay, with respect and humility, so much so that you will hear snippets of their endorsement of clemency for Charles, which to me is extraordinary that retired correctional officers would do so. Another response Mr. Graves had to this sentence was counseling younger inmates in hopes of correcting their lives. You'll hear from two of these inmates who have been released since. One is Jeff Coates, who Mr. Graves mentored while both were incarcerated, and Jeff will speak to the transformative effect that Mr. Graves had on his life. You'll hear from Michael Harris, another inmate who was released and describes Charles as a father figure that he still carries with him to this day. Both of these released inmates will laud the extraordinary example Charles gave to avoid the void of self-pity and revenge that degrades so many inmates who are sentenced and serve time. Mr. Graves also dealt with his sentence through deep personal atonement for what he did, through 30 years of painful introspection that he carries with him every day. Who will testify to this? Other than Mr. Graves, you'll hear from his son, MICAH Graves. MICAH was a witness against Charles at Charles's trial. MICAH will tell you he testified against his own father because he felt a moral obligation to do so, that his father deserved it, that his father deserved to be convicted. Today, MICAH will ask you to grant clemency for his father because he feels it is the just thing after what he has seen in his father over the last 30 years. You'll also hear from Terry Olson, Charles' friend and pastor, who will speak about his extensive experience with so many hundreds of inmates and how Charles is a special case. He'll likely call him Charlie. Many correctional officers call him Charlie because of the trust and respect Mr. Graves has earned from them. But I want to speak first of the unspeakable, which is the taking of Linda Bradley's life. Charles Graves' act in that matter will never be forgotten, no matter what the board's decision is. His act is something that has torn him apart for the last 30 years, has brought him shame, misery, has made him hate himself and feel desperation for the family of Linda, her children, her sister, and their families. Nothing I'm going to say to you today is meant to diminish the terrible things Charles did to his ex-wife, Linda Bradley. Nothing I'm going to say today is meant to diminish the suffering of Gail, Gino, or Lisa, the surviving family members. I know Charles is truly sorry for them and wishes he'd been allowed to communicate this to them. Of course, he's not allowed to do so after such a sentence. I'm also aware of the painful facts outlined in the prosecuting attorney response to my petition. I'm aware of the threats weeks prior to kill Miss Bradley by Charles. I'm aware of the fear Miss Bradley must have suffered through for weeks or months leading up to her death. I'm aware that on January 10th, 1992, Mr. Graves was drinking and told his son he was going to kill Linda Bradley. And at 4 a.m., early in that morning, fueled by alcohol and shallow and selfish animus, he went to Miss Bradley's home with a gun, and what ensued was terrible. Him breaking in, shooting Miss Bradley with her own gun when she was merely trying to defend herself. I am aware of the awful nature of what happened in 1992. And I also am aware that these facts establish the homicide. And Mr. Graves was convicted of these facts and sentenced to life without parole. So I say to the board, nothing in my petition or nothing I will say today is meant to diminish the harm of these acts. As a defense lawyer for over a decade, I can tell you every single homicide is appalling. It's an irreversible event. The universal loss of life is complete. In Mr. Graves' case, the facts were more starkly memorialized by witnesses to his threats and an awful 911 call recording. Every homicide I've worked on has awful, unforgivable acts like these, and our country punishes these murders with severe sentences like the one Mr. Graves received. I have cited some of the average lengths of sentencing in my petition, which is Exhibit K. But even by our country's standards, Charles has served more time than most people serving sentences for homicide. In other words, if the board grants his petition, he will still have fulfilled a punishment fitting of the crime, as he has been in prison for 30 years. Most important to your decision today, the man who you are looking at today is not the man who did these things 30 years ago. Now, respected board members, to understand how I'm going to explain this to you, I want you to know where I come from personally. I've worked with inmate populations in 3 states over 10 years since I graduated in law school. I've been a public defender for over 10 years. When I appear before judges and juries, my job is to advocate, it's not to testify. And I have, as an attorney, appeared before juries and argued things I did not believe were true because that was my job. Today, I have the privilege and honor to merely tell you what I think is the truth. And the truth I'm going to tell you is about the extraordinary case for Charles Graves and his clemency. Let me begin by saying I do believe the continued confinement of Charles Graves would be an injustice. The reason why is my personal experience during my time in jails and prisons. I have never seen someone who spent so much time incarcerated with the infraction history of Mr. Graves. I've never spoken with a man who has spent so much time incarcerated, whose equanimity, whose intelligence and human decency seems to be impervious to the violence and volatility of the prison system. Of the many clients I have grown to like and respect, Charles is unique in how every phrase he speaks or poem he writes echoes this sort of haunting pain and understanding of what he did. And I tremble with fear today because I have this opportunity to help him. And he deserves to spend what remains of his life at the age of 74 with his family. He also deserves, respected board members, a reason to treat his cancer. Of the cases I've worked on, this one may be the most important for the mere fact that it presents me the opportunity to restate what I believe the moral foundation for imprisonment is. I believe our society has to create room for people to redeem themselves, even if they commit heinous and brutal crimes like what Charles did. And so the public policy of keeping a 74-year-old with cancer in prison, a man who from the moment he was sentenced to life without parole, decided to do all the right things, to help others in prisons, to treat guards with respect and humility, so much so they viewed him as more of a friend than an inmate. His continued confinement does not serve the public interest. To keep Charles Graves in prison is to send a message to men with life sentences that exemplary behavior is meaningless because they get thrown in the refuse pile because of what they did, because of the heinous nature of their act. And I have personally spent thousands of hours with men who quote unquote have done time. I've never met anyone who has done the amount of time Charles Graves has done, who immediately in my conversations with him revealed to me that he was not allowing prison to divest from him his humanity, his benevolence, his empathy, his introspection. He wouldn't allow himself to lower the level of his language or his commitment to his self-improvement. He would ask himself, what am I going to do today to make myself a better person? Every day for 30 years, he's been asking that question. I understand why the family of Miss Bradley is opposed to clemency, but the Charles Graves before you today is not the man they remember in their letters. And I briefly want to touch upon Charles' cancer diagnosis. He's chosen not to treat it. When I asked him why, he told me he didn't want to extend his time at Clallam Bay, that he has done as much as he can to better himself there. And I choose to think our society would grant a man with his record of conduct clemency so that he had a reason to treat terminal illness and not needlessly suffer until he dies. There's no limit to what I could continue saying about Charles, but you didn't take on this petition to hear from me. So if I was in your position, I believe I would rather hear from individuals who experienced Charles in prison. And so therefore, I'm going to play an edited video of retired correctional officers who endorsed Charles's candidacy for clemency.
We can't hear anything, Council. Or at least I can't.
I'm sorry, could the board not hear?
I couldn't, I don't.
No, we can't hear it.
I can't hear her.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Maybe you have a headset? No?
No.
That's
Can you hear
weird.
An alternative would be for me to share the link with Jennifer.
Okay.
I practiced this and it did work, so I'm surprised.
How many correction officers do you have on there?
3.
3? Okay.
Are they all retired?
They're all retired.
And that's been confirmed by Chrissy and I. Do you mind doing your witnesses first and then I'll try
That's
to figure out? Okay.
We'll first call Charles's son, Micah Graves.
All right.
Micah, you're in the hearing?
Hello.
Okay. Micah, do you have the live stream playing?
I do.
Okay, so if you can turn that off.
Yep, we just muted it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Graves, go ahead and state your name, spell it for the court reporter, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Micah Graves. My first name is MICAH. Last name Graves, GRAVES.
Go ahead, tell us what you want us to know.
Okay. Thank you for the time. I appreciate you taking this case. I know that everything that has happened has been extremely serious. And I just want you to know a little bit about me. I have a wife. We've been married 16 years. I have a daughter. She's 19 years old. And she loves her grandpa. They met when she was about 2 years old. And they formed an extremely special bond. It's really, really cool to see. She melts his heart. And I think that has that plays a piece in why he's been why he strived to be a good inmate, a model inmate. So you guys have the paperwork. I didn't realize that. So what I'm going to do is just briefly summarize. I graduated high school, went to college. I was a champion hurdler. I joined the Army. I was in the Army for 4 years. I was an airborne combat medic. After I proudly served my country, I developed a passion for Taekwondo. In just under 3 years, I got my black belt and opened my own martial arts school. Since that, I've just been working and supporting my family, raising my family. The reason that I mention all that is because it all happened after 1992, and that's when Charles Graves, my dad, was incarcerated. Unfortunately, he missed out on all that stuff of me becoming a man and raising my own family. So in saying that, I know that what he did was horrific, and I'll never, ever try and minimize that. But I also know that Linda Bradley's 2 daughters, Gail and Gina, who were at one time my sisters, also missed out on many of these same things. When my dad committed this crime, he was at rock bottom emotionally, physically, as well as in the throes of an alcohol addiction, which is not an excuse on any level. Since my dad's been in prison, he's progressed through a ton of stages. He's grown spiritually. I remember he told me that he branched out and did some comparative religion. Most notably, he said he read the Quran, and he said it only increased his faith in Christianity. So I thought that was pretty interesting to go out, branch out. The dog training program that he was involved with from the start really seemed to bring out his inner kid. It was every time he would talk to me about one of the dogs that he was working with, he really lit up, and I thought that was really cool. On the other side, when he would lose one of those dogs or they would have to move on to the next level, it really bummed him out. It broke his heart. And to me, it's a testimony to a person's empathy and compassion based on how they treat, respond to, and are affected by animals. Animals have a pretty good sense of character, it seemed like, and he got along with all of them. So we've talked a little bit about how he's mentored people in prison. And ironically, he's come across some people that I knew in my past, and he would mention the name, and it was, you know, a small world. They were people that I actually kind of knew. He was the same way with me when I was growing up. He always pushed me to be better. When I was a young man doing karate earlier in life, he was a black belt for as long as I can remember. He always wanted me to be better and practice hard. So what we're talking about is a really good man who, during a dark time, committed the worst act possible. I believe that it is an isolated incident because nothing like this had ever happened before he went into prison, and nothing has happened since he's been in prison. I think that my dad can do a lot more good in freedom than he can incarcerated, not only for himself, but for his family and potentially for society. I think he has a desire to reach out and continue to help younger offenders or people that might be on that path. So earlier I mentioned alcohol's role with this crime. The reason I mentioned that is because I've had several talks with my dad, and he has every single time expressed that he has no desire to ever drink or drug again. And this has been over 30 years. So every time, you know, not every time we have some light, fun conversations, but we've had several conversations where he's expressed to me how heavy everything that he did was and the effect that it had on the people involved. He's told me often that he would do anything that he could to reverse the hurt that he has caused. He's totally wrecked by the fact that he destroyed any possible relationship with Lynn's daughters, Gail and Gina. I remember he had a very strong bond with Gail before all this happened. They were very tight. And then I know that he knows that the relationship between he and I will never be what it could have been. And I know that bothers him a lot, and it bothers me as well. So it was recently, he was telling me that he understands the hell that he put the 911 operator through. So every day he's realizing the scope, you know, how big it is. It's bigger than just the Corps, and it just keeps expanding out. So not only that 911 operator, but possibly their family as well. So like Ryan mentioned earlier, I'm a person that believes in doing the right thing, especially when the right thing is the difficult thing. And that's part of the reason I testified. It was just the right thing to do, and I knew that there had to be consequences. So I've been involved in every stage of this crime, from the night when he came to me and told me what he wanted to do, to the morning of when he came to me to say goodbye, to my testifying against him, and to nearly 30 years of supporting him while he repays his debt, and to now hopefully being involved in the hearing process that sees him released. I believe that that's the right thing to do now. He's paid his debt, and like Ryan said, there have been plenty of people that have done less time for the same or more serious crimes. I've seen a lot of growth in him. He's grown mentally. I've seen him go through times where he wanted to lash out, but he was able to reel himself in, and we've had conversations that were dark, and he wanted to give into that lifer mentality, and he never did. And so he never succumbed to the lifer mentality, and he overcame all of that and was still a productive inmate. And so the last thing I want to say is, if all this goes positively, I really look forward to having the first unmonitored conversation with my dad, father to son, and for the first time, man to man.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Any of the board members have any questions of Mr. Graves?
I do.
Evelyn?
Yes, Mr. Graves, what would your relationship be with your father? How will you support him?
Well,
Besides having that. Mhm.
My wife and I have discussed it, and he's going to come live with us. We have a spare bedroom. And then we are financially, we can handle supporting him. And Terry Olson has expressed not interest, but an ability to help us if we needed to budget further finances.
So if he had no source of income, that you would take care of him?
Absolutely.
Do you have any fear that he might go back to his old ways? You know, the pandemic has created a community that is very, very loose and violent. So there are lots of temptations. What do you think?
Well, I think that with the support that he has through myself and Terry, my wife, and our daughter Tori, who also lives here, I don't have any fear of him reoffending, and it's really strange to say, but I think that he is morally stronger now that he's done his 30 years in prison than he was before. It's the weirdest thing, and I can honestly say that he's actually a better, more attentive father now because he's been able to focus on it, and I don't think that would change.
Where do you live?
I live in Algona, Washington, just outside of Auburn.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl, you had a question?
Evelyn asked my question. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Any other board members? Thank you, Mr. Graves. Council, call your next witness.
Thank you.
We call Michael Harris.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Mr. Graves, can you leave the meeting, please? He's still connecting.
Okay.
Michael, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Harris. You want to state your name, spell it for the court reporter, and tell us what you want us to hear.
My name is Michael Harris, Michael. Last name Harris, Harris.
First, what do you want us to hear?
I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity to speak on Charles Graves' behalf. I met Charles Graves when I was incarcerated at Carmel Bay when he came there. I've known Charles Graves for the better part of 20 years. He became the most influential person in my life. He became the father figure that I did not have personally. He taught me a lot of things. He spent hours talking with me. As a young, wild kid, doing the same type of sentence that he is, he encouraged me to always look at things on the bright side and to don't give up. That, you know, life is not over just because I was incarcerated. I come to understand that our meeting was meant to happen because it was a lot for me to learn from him. I was wild, but he guided me. He was that guiding force, that calm voice that said, Michael, you need to get things right. You know, you have to be able to forgive yourself. You have to be able to understand that you're not a bad person. You know, you're not a bad kid. You made a mistake. And that we have to take responsibility for our actions. He gave me morals. He taught me how to have morals. Growing up in prison, you're not taught morals. You're taught to survive. but he was the man who came into my life and said, Michael, this is what you need to do in order to get out and to maintain being out and to make yourself a better life. It's important that people know that he's not the act that he did. He's who he is now. He helps people. He's so compassionate. Everybody turns to him for that word of wisdom and knowledge that he has to give, even when he doesn't want to. And the burden is heavy on his own shoulders. He still listens and gives the best advice he can. I'm out here. I have a full-time job. I'm here to help support him in any way that I can. He has spent enough time, and he has expressed to me the remorse that he has. You know, he understands the ripple effect that it had. His actions had caused. It didn't just affect that person; it affected everybody. And he has never minimized what he did. And that's one of the things he taught me, to be honest. When I do something, I have to stand up to it and accept whatever consequences that may come with that. I love Charlie. He's that father. He's my father. He accepted me as his own child when I had nobody. He stood in my corner, stronger than anybody in my life. And I would never give up on him like he has never given up on me. Even yesterday, he called me when I was going through some struggles. And with this that's heavy on him, but he's had to come today for, he still thought about me. That shows the type of character that Charles Graves has. That he was more concerned about me than his own self. That to me, you know, is moving. And so I speak today on his behalf as my father, the father that I never had, and the father that I will always be my father, and I will always be his son. If there's any questions, I'm on.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any questions from the board members? Cheryl?
Good morning, Mr. Harris.
Good morning.
So how often are you in communication? I know contact is not allowed since COVID, but how often are you in communication with Mr. Graves?
He calls me every week. He calls me every week. I keep money on the phone so that he could call me. It's important. And when he doesn't call, you know, I send him a message. Hey, why haven't you called? I send him pictures, showing him what life is like, you know, out here.
And when were you released?
I was released in September 27th, 2018. No, 18.
And what do you do currently? You say you work full time?
Yes, I work at a car dealership. I started off as a detailer. I'm learning to be a salesman also. The company has entrusted me with the keys to the business, actually. So I open up the business and close the business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Ms. Harris, thank you very, very much. And congratulations on your successful reentry into society and what you've been doing. Thank you for your testimony. Counsel, go ahead and call your next witness.
We call Jeffrey Coates.
My computer's just not working today.
Okay. Jeffrey, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Chairman
Coates, are you
David.
on? Is he online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there you are. All right, go ahead. You want to state your name, spell it for the court reporter?
My name is Jeffrey Coates, Jefffery, Coates, Coats.
And tell us what you want us to know.
All right. Good morning, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of Charlie Graves. Just going to get my notes here. I was 17 years old, just starting my 20. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
All right. Sorry about that. All right. I was 17 years old, just starting my 20-year adult prison sentence when I met Charlie. That was 24 years ago. During my incarceration with Charlie, there was one thing that stood out about him. He was different than the rest of the guys I was incarcerated with. He was different because he stayed to himself. He wasn't into playing into any prison politics or race war drama or any of the violence that takes place in Column Bay Correction Center. You know, there's so much to say about Charlie Graves that I could probably go on for a long time other than this 5 minutes. So I'm going to try to grab like a few things that just kind of stand out to me. You know, in these hearings, you're always looking for that extraordinary circumstance that helps you decide to have mercy on an individual. An amazing, like, wow story that sits in your mind all the way through the hearing. That gives you that sense of mercy to give to someone. With Charlie, that wow story is who he is as a man and for how he has carried himself over the last 30 years. How he's taught others, how he's influenced those around him. Corrections officers, hopefully you get to see the video that the corrections officers put together. That's a very powerful video. And though the way that he has carried himself and the way that he has taught and been there for me is why today I live my life based off things I learned from Charlie. Like things like keep your word, do the right thing, help others if you can, be humble, don't be boastful, don't hold grudges, appreciate your freedom. Those are just a few of the things that come to mind when I think about Charlie. You know, I remember sitting with him and our conversation was always about what am I doing to move forward with my life, to come back to this place? What books am I reading? What classes am I taking? What am I thinking besides all this prison stuff? Because, you know, to be honest with you, I wasn't always out of trouble. I was young. I was in prison doing a 20-year prison sentence. I was 14 years old and I'm kind of getting in trouble all the time. And here's this guy in my ear talking to me, listening to what's going on and trying to mentor me to say, man, this isn't the path that you need to be on. You need to start focusing on your future and start thinking about yourself and thinking about how to do the right thing so you don't come back to a place like this. And he kept using himself as an example. I would watch him try to teach man after man after man to stay out of trouble, to do the right thing, to do the same things that he was teaching me. So I knew that he was legit. He wasn't just speaking to me and trying to tell me some stuff that was like trying to put himself above me in some kind of way. It was just who he was as a person. You know, today, I'm at where I am today as an author and speaker and person and peer and friend to my peers because of my choices to be around men like Charlie Graves. My friendship with Charlie wasn't just a casual few days. It was definitely as deep as what it was with Michael. Michael was very deep. I know Michael very well. It was days and weeks and months and years of conversations, of walks and talks all the time, every day. It wasn't just me seeing him every casually. We had a very strong friendship. So strong that most of our mornings started out with him beating me at chess every day. To this day, I still haven't beat the guy. Something else that I would like to share with you that I never thought I would be sharing is this. Something that is very rare to talk about in prison is your crime. But something that stands out to me, because Charlie can be very quiet and very humble, is back when we were in a class together in like 2008 or 2009. We were in this class called Man in the Mirror. Man in the Mirror was like a self-help class that looked at your inner self and your growth in yourself and your growth with God. And I remember sitting in a room full of like 8 to 10 guys, and this very powerful moment came across Charlie that stands with me to this day, years and years later, is the remorse that he felt for the crime that he had committed. How there was some daughters and his son, and how he wished that they could see his heart and his mind and how he feels about that day, and it wears heavy on him. He's very remorseful and very sad in relating that story, but to be open with all of us, to show us that you should be remorseful for what you do, was a powerful moment for me in that class that helped me to write a letter to my own victims at the time to show remorse. And so I thought that was pretty powerful. And this is not a story I've ever really shared with anybody. It's just something that I've always kept inside. You know, there's nothing else that I can really say that hasn't already been said about Charlie. He's a man who made a horrible choice, and he has paid a lifetime for that choice. And through his guidance and friendship to those of us inside, he has helped many of us gain our own lives back before we were ever released. And so I don't think that there's a man that's come before the Clemency Board that's more deserving than clemency than my friend, Charlie Graves. And I greatly appreciate your time here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coates. Any questions from the board of this witness? Hearing none.
Yes, I do.
Evelyn, go ahead.
Chair. Yes, Mr. Coates, what would your relationship be with Mr. Graves if he were released early?
My relationship would continue as it always has been. I'm a good friend. I'll be a good supporter. I know that he has a strong family plan for his release with MICAH and Terry Olson. I know that if he needed something, I would be there. He's a 74-year-old man, got plenty of life left in him, trying to help him with this cancer. I know that he's going through a tough time with that, but he has a strong release plan. As with anybody that comes before the board, hopefully they have a strong release plan, but I know for a fact that Charlie's has a strong release plan. And for me specifically, if he needs something, then I would be there to try to help him out in any way that I can.
And where do you live?
I live in the country of Belize actually right now.
Are you there permanently or will you return?
I live in Spokane, Washington when I'm in Washington State.
Okay. Do you have any contact with Mr. Harris? You said that you knew him, you know him?
I do know him, and yeah, he just called me probably, I think it was like 2 days ago. So yes, I do.
But would you, have you kept up a relationship with him now that both of you have been released?
I keep up with a lot of guys that are released actually. But yes, I've kept up with Michael Harris as well.
So what's your occupation?
I'm an author and a speaker, a real estate agent in the country of Belize and Washington State. I'm a national speaker for mindset and resetting your mindset, for trying to change your life. And I use my own circumstances, my own life to help promote that and help other people change their lives, whether they were incarcerated or if they're just living life right now.
How old are you?
Don't tell anybody, but I'm 40.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of this witness? Hearing none. Mr. Coates, thank you very, very much for your very compelling testimony. Counsel, go ahead and call your next witness.
I will call Terry Olson on behalf of Mr. Graves.
Okay.
Just to forewarn you, he is logged in 3 separate times in my waiting room. So hopefully he can figure out which link he's on. There we go. Hi, Terry.
Yeah.
Mr. Olson, go ahead and state your name, spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Terry Olson, Terry Olson.
And Are you currently working in the prisons?
I'm working with prisoners, but because of COVID, I can't be inside. I'm in JPay communication with probably, I don't know, 60 of them on a regular basis. And since COVID, and I'm helping men on the outside with food, housing, clothing, accessing, and I'm working with Michael Harris and a number of other men to make sure they acclimate.
Well, I guess my question is, and I'd have to ask our DOC representative, if you're a card carrying individual that has access to the prison or currently works under the prison system, I think Department of Corrections has a prohibition on your testimony.
Yes, sir. I had to give up my red badge working through the volunteer services with Mrs. Flynn in Olympia. And so she allows me certain things to do and not without a red badge. But I'm not a red badge, and I gave it up since way before COVID.
Okay, so I guess I believe that clears you then. Go ahead, tell us. I apologize for the interruption, but I don't want you to get in trouble. Go ahead and tell us what you want us to know.
Yes, sir. I've been before you before for a few other men. As you know, likely I spent 15 years of my life driving from Bainbridge Island every week to Clallam Bay to be a volunteer past these men. I taught those man in the mirror classes, probably went through the book 4 or 5 times, where I tried to help each one of these men become a man when they had no father in the beginning. So besides Michael and besides Charlie Graves and besides Jeff, I was there with the guys to help them as much as I could each week. I've known Charlie Graves since I started going to prison. He participated in Man in the Mirror from the very beginning. He not only participated in the class, he was a constant assistant to me after his first class of helping the younger men to hear what I had to say. And sometimes they won't listen to the pastor because he comes from the outside and they're maybe leery of everyone, but they'll listen to an old man who's been in prison for a long time, and they listen to Charlie Graves. And many of them have stayed out, Jeff included, because of, as Jeff said, because of what he's done. Charlie, I was able to get, for the first time, and I think it may be the first time in the history of, I don't know, because I've not seen all of your hearings, I was able to get 4 DOC officers to not only write testimonies, they're all now retired and given up their red badge. Richard Brown, Ernie Barker, Paul Collins, and Kathy Waldy, all of them made a video stating that they would support Charlie's clemency. They worked with him for 20 years in industries and other reasons. I asked them questions in those videos. I hope you have a chance to see them sometime, that said things like, if you were going to know that Charlie Graves was released and he came to your neighborhood, what would you do? Without fail, each one of them said they'd welcome him. One said they'd take him to dinner. The other said they'd invite him to live with them. The other said they would have him to lunch. They have come to learn to like Charlie Graves as a human being while they were working with him in prison. I asked them, Richard Brown's a particular one, is a good friend of mine because he worked up in the chapel and I fished with him occasionally. He's a tough conservative officer and he's a tough nut. I asked him one time in a private lunch meeting, if the governor said you had to release 5 people in 30 days from prison, who would you release? And he came back to me and said 2. And I said, no. I said, Richard, I said 5. And he said, I quit. But Charlie Graves is one he not only agreed to help and represent for clemency, actually stood up and did a video for him and cares for much about Charlie as I do. I know Charlie's history. I've taken his confessions. I know his crime. I know his remorse. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But at the end of the day, Charlie Graves is respected by the people who work in the prison, hands down, by every officer I've ever met. He's unlike any other prisoner I've ever met. He's not in guards. He's not involved with gangs in any way. He's just humble, keeps to himself. And how is he extraordinary? I don't ever know of a fact where there's been 4 long-term, decades-long people that have worked in the prison have agreed after they retired to testify for their freedom. That's incredibly rare, if not the first time ever. especially when they spent an hour each or maybe 2 hours each doing a video in PA just to support Charlie. From all over, and some of them are sick, and some of them had tested COVID. And these people that work for the prison system that did this are very, very kind and very real. Charlie also has been, as you know, years without infraction.
Let me interrupt you for a second,
Yes, sir.
Pastor Olson.
Yes, sir.
Jennifer, have we lost Evelyn, one of the board members?
I'm looking right now.
She's not on the screen and I don't see her on the list.
Yeah, we have so many boxes. She just got back in.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
Thank you, sir. Charlie's been, as you know, years without infraction. I mean, literally years. And if you've been to Clown Bay, I know you haven't, but I have, but as a visitor, but not as an inmate. But it's very, very hard to exist in Clown Bay without a minor infraction. And Charlie not only hasn't infracted, he's caused so many other young men to not infract by doing things while he's there. I mean, he's probably one of the best social programs you have at Clown Bay.
I think we lost Evelyn again. Okay, wait a minute. We lost her again. Hold on. She must
I
be having
apologize.
internet issues. Hold on.
Okay.
I apologize, counsel, but we don't want to go on without all four board members.
We have her.
She back now?
Evelyn. Yeah, Evelyn, can you hear me? She's connecting to audio. Evelyn, can you hear us? Okay, thank you.
She can?
Yes, I can. Sorry about that. I don't know.
Oh,
what
no
happened.
problem. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and summarize.
Yes, sir.
Olson.
Yes, sir. I'll try to do this as succinctly as I can.
If
So
you will.
Charlie's not infracted. He's got a son that's going to be willing to take him in. A son that's not given up on him for 30 years. A son that's been in the military and is a responsible young man. He's going to provide him with food, housing, and clothing. And I've told him if he's ever short, I'll come alongside. I'm not a poor man. I still run a business with 50 employees in California. I'm going to give Charlie his first car if he gets out. I'm going to help him in every way I can as if he's my own best friend, because he has become that, whether or not he's in prison or not. I actually get counsel from Charlie occasionally on decisions I make. Charlie is a good man. And I read the petition by the prosecuting attorney. And if I had just known Charlie in that petition, I would have sentenced him in a heartbeat. But that's not the Charlie I know. And that's not the Charlie that I've known for 20 years. I've seen him develop into even a more humble and better person over time, but he is a good human being. And I consider him in my life as one of my best friends of all the people I know in my life. As Michael does and Jeff does, I just love Charlie. And there's nothing about it other than respect for him as a human being to be able to be who he is and endure what he's endured and make the changes that he's made while he's in prison. Now, about his remorse, I sat with him for hours crying. I read his poetry. I know that he wished everything he could do to take away that one day. I know he knows every instant because he talks to me about it, about the harm he caused to his family and everyone else in the process, not being able to see his grandchildren, not for just himself, but for them, and how he so much desires to make a difference now when he's out and show who he is. Some of the family members know that, his son included, but I've never met a man more remorseful, to the point of several times talking to him about clemency. He said to me, "No, Terry, I think I need to do my time here because I did this." And so he takes full accountability and full remorse for what he did, probably more so than I've done in many of my own confessions. There's an African prayer that says, "I'm not who I want to be, and I'm not who I'm going to be, but thank God I'm not what I used to be." That's Charlie Graves. He's turned himself in prison amongst guards and amongst the authorities and become a significant human being. And I believe, honestly, and I plead to you to give him his freedom because he deserves it. I could go on, and I can't take too much time, but I know that Charlie is extraordinarily different than the other prisoners I've met. He's the one guy I've said, with my wife's approval, he could live with me if he can't live with Mike, and we have the means to give him a room and space for sure. He's the one guy that I've been trying to help with everything I can to give him as if he were my own son, because I trust him impeccably, as do the guards that I talk to, because he's earned that trust both in and outside of prison. And I'm hoping that you'll see that in him, regardless of what he was 30 years ago. And regardless of that, people have an opportunity and choices in their life to make changes when they make terrible decisions. Charlie made that choice when he went to prison. And he did it from day one and became a better along in the process. And I have to tell you, there's a whole bunch of prisoners that would have been in a lot more trouble if it weren't for Charlie Graves. I'm thankful I know him, and I hope you become that way too. I thank you for giving me time.
Thank you, Pastor Olson. Any of the board members have any questions of Pastor Olson? Hearing none, Pastor Olson, thank you very much for your very compelling testimony. Counsel, you want to call your last witness, and then we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we want to hear from the petitioner.
Chair, would it be okay if I attempt again to share the video, because I believe I fixed the problem?
Go ahead. How long is the video?
It's roughly 10 minutes.
It's really important.
All right, let's go ahead.
So, Kathy, where did you meet Charlie Graves? How did you meet him?
It feels like I've always known Charlie Graves. I believe he was at the institution when I got there, and I learned to respect him also. He just is always polite, very quiet and soft-spoken. I think he's always been in the chapel. As far as I can remember, I can't think of a time that he wasn't going to chapel or work or back to the unit. He just was never a problem. I don't think he ever got an infraction while I was there in the 30 years I was there. I don't recall him ever doing anything other than smiling at me in the courtyard and saying, "Hello, Miss Waldy, how are you doing?"
What about comments from other DOC staff? Did you ever get to talk to any of them about Charlie?
Oh, I couldn't begin to tell you how many times people have talked about Charlie Graves. Always in a positive light. He's a hard worker. He was quiet. He never caused problems. Never anything. It was always positive things that were said about Charlie Graves. And he was the most low-key, calm inmate I think I've ever met.
Why do you think Charlie Graves will do well when he gets outside?
I believe that Mr. Graves was there from a crime of passion. And with all my dealings with him, I don't see, he's not a criminal. He made a very serious mistake. But I don't see him ever making that again. And he's not of the criminal mindset. He wasn't that way in prison with the people that he associated with. He was never associating himself with any of the troublemakers, any of the gangs or groups that were there other than the church. But he was always quiet and very reserved, and it was just kind of sad. And I understand that. The rules were the rules, and he went by them. That's really rare.
What would you think if Charlie moved in your neighborhood? You can say that if he came to my neighborhood, whatever, what would you think about him being your neighbor?
Wow, if he moved into my neighborhood, I'd probably do up a fruit basket or something for him. I might even bake him a cake. He's more than welcome to move in. I think he would be an excellent neighbor.
So how did you meet Charlie Graves?
Charlie Graves put in an application in late '96 and went to work for us, was interviewed by Roy Radke, my boss, and he went to work for us in '97. And he worked, my office was set up, it had a big window in front of my desk and I could watch the whole crew. And Charlie was a quality control person for me. And Charlie and I conversed quite a bit, different things. And I remember he always had a little New Testament he always brought to work with him. And on his break, he didn't smoke. In the beginning, a lot of the guys, we had an area out back they could smoke in, and he never went out to smoke. So he would just read his testament during his little break, and never once did I went over at different times when we hired him. I went over and talked to his sergeant in the unit and a couple of officers over there, and they told me at the time, said, "You won't have no trouble with Charlie." Said he's a good man.
How many years in total did you work with Charlie?
From '97 till I retired in 2004. He was still working there.
How do you distinguish Charlie from the other inmates as a rule you work with over the years?
The way he carried himself, the way his language. I don't think I ever heard Charlie use a cuss word. I didn't when I went to work there, and I noticed, I don't know, the environment, prison environment would cause you to kind of, I'd catch myself messing, slipping up, using a little foul language myself sometimes when I don't normally, but I don't know, just the atmosphere had a tendency to do that. But Charlie he always carried himself in a good way. He never, they'd have arguments, and, you take 100 inmates or 100 anybody, they're going to have problems at different times, but and Charlie was never involved in anything. Yeah, he definitely was remorseful, yeah.
So, do you have any particular stories you want to share that one in particular about Charlie?
No, I heard that later on, after I left, that they had an incident with an escape. A couple of inmates tried to escape, and I heard this through the grapevine. I know a lot of the people still in contact with them, and they said that Charlie would kind of assisted Officer Barker and the other officer, I don't know his name, in this escape. Instead of going with the inmates, he kind of helped the officer. Charlie could be my neighbor. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have it. I don't think. I wouldn't have a problem with Charlie.
Speak to Charlie man to man. What advice would you give to Charlie now that he's free?
I think Charlie's got it figured out. I think he's spent enough time in his cell that maybe advice from me he might already know what he needs to do. No, not really. No, just if you get out, Charlie, come and see me.
Oh, perfect. That's a perfect ending. Thank you, Paul.
All right.
So much.
Charlie probably came into Clown Bay about 5 years after I started, so I probably knew him about 25 years, give or take. I knew him out in population for quite a few years before I worked with him in the industries. And he's always one of the most polite people you've ever met, not only for an offender, but even out on the streets. He's just a very courteous individual, very thinking of other people all the time. Charlie Graves is a gentle giant. I mean, you know, he's just a very courteous, kind individual. And especially if you take into consideration him being incarcerated. You know, you have to understand what that environment's like to understand how exceptional Charlie is.
Would I want him in my neighborhood?
Yes, Charlie could move in with me. You know, I have that much faith in him, not doing anything out of the ordinary. Like I said, he's one of the, he thinks about other people a lot, and he tries to be courteous, and he tries to be as helpful and nice to you as he can. And that is something that in that surrounding, in that correctional surrounding, is hard to do, especially for an offender to a guard. And he told me one time, I asked Charlie one time, I said, Charlie, why don't you try to get clemency? Why don't you try to get out of here? And this was probably 15 years ago or something. I don't know. It's been quite a while now. And he said, I did it. You know, I did what I was charged with. And this is where I'm supposed to be. And I said, Charlie, you've been here long enough. There's nothing to be gained from you being here any longer. And he said, well, I don't know. And that was the end of that conversation. But he has total understanding of what he has done and what he's being punished for. And I think he's been punished enough, personally. I don't even remember how the conversation started when he told me what he had done, what he was incarcerated for. I think I came right out and asked him one day, what are you locked up for, Charlie, you know? And he became very quiet, refrained, you know, and he told me, well, I shot my wife, and I'm supposed to be here. And I think he's done, like I said, I think he's done enough time. His personality, his ability, he's like this, he's just out of place in prison. He's out of place. He doesn't belong there with all the people yelling and screaming and trying to beat each other to death and all this stuff. Charlie is not involved in that. He just doesn't do it. You have so many things going on in prison every day that it's just insane. And Charlie stays away from it, stays out of it, and is just a good guy. And I think that he deserves a chance on the streets. And I think he'll do well on the streets too. Not just that he deserves a chance, I think he'll do quite well. Other offenders, he would try to keep them in a cooled down state, so they're not yelling and screaming and jumping up and down and all that stuff. It's just difficult to, you have to understand, it's so hard to do this because you have to understand that all the time you are on guard for your life or whatever, you know. I don't want to exaggerate this thing or anything, but you're always looking around and always, you know, somebody's behind you, beside you, or anything. You want to know where they're at, how far they are, and everything. Charlie wasn't one of those people. He could walk up and sit right on your behind you and talk to you, and you wouldn't even think about him. You know, you were not afraid of his reaction. You know, if anything, he'd help you if an offender tried to get to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. That was very good. You want to call your last witness?
No, we will stop with those witnesses, and except for Charlie Graves.
Okay, if the board agrees, let's take a 5-minute break. Then we'd like to hear from the petitioner. So I got, it's about 15 after. We'll restart at 20 after.
That works.
Okay, we're about ready to start again. I got one board member to go, and then we'll get going, council. We'd like to hear from, did you want to call another witness, or you want to go straight to the petitioner?
We can go straight to Mr. Graves.
Perfect. Okay, let's go ahead then. Mr. Graves, you want to state your name? Oh, as soon as you're back again.
He needs to be unmuted as well.
Mr. Graves had to step into the restroom. He'll be right here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Council, while I have you on, oh, okay, never mind. Your other witness that ended up not giving testimonies now out of the waiting room, so that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Graves, if you want to unmute yourself, and it's your turn. You want to state your name, spell it for the court reporter.
Okay, just a second here. My name is Charles Graves, CHARLES, GRAVES.
Okay, and tell us what you want us to hear.
Okay. After being sentenced to life without parole, I accepted my fate and punishment without complaint. I chose to play by the rules and therefore adjusted by learning how to settle into a totally new and different lifestyle, and did my best to find some kind of meaning and purpose by being positive and productive. My first job was working in the kitchen as a cook. 4 years later, I took a job at Correctional Industries in the upholstery shop where we built a variety of chairs. I worked my way up to quality control. I remained there for the next 15 years. From there, I went into training and became a dog handler, and I loved it. Definitely the experience of a lifetime. 4 years later, I became a painter. I did that for almost 2 years. By then, I was advancing in age. Therefore, that sort of work was too physically demanding, so I was forced to give it up. Currently, I'm part of our recycling program working here in the unit. I have always been a productive member of my community, both inside and outside of prison. Since coming to prison, I have been involved in therapy and counseling, which has provided me the opportunity to open up and express some of what's going on inside, which is something that I had never been able to do before. Throughout the years, I have taken just about every class that was available. I have done everything that I could think of in order to keep myself busy, stay focused, keep growing, and living up to higher standards. I've studied self-help books, read, and written lots of poems. I've read philosophy, I read the Bible, I prayed, went to church, talked to God, gotten angry at God, screamed and shouted at him, and cried out for help. I have shed tears for what I've done, shed tears for what I didn't do, but should have. I'll scream and yell at the world. Out of frustration, I'll scream and yell at the world, at God, at Satan, and myself. But most of them have been silent screams that no one could hear but me. I'm sure God heard, but didn't speak on them. I'm hoping that he will hear and speak on my plea for forgiveness and mercy here today. And in a way that we all can hear and feel in our hearts. And Gina, Gail, Lisa, and I've been informed that Carol has passed away now, but to you three girls, I do realize the pain and suffering, disappointment that I have caused and I put you through. So please forgive me for betraying your love and the trust that you had in me. So first of all,
Any of the board members have any questions of the witness?
I'm not quite finished. Give me a few more minutes, okay?
All right.
First of all, I'd like to let it be known that I take full responsibility for what happened, for what I did. Second, I'd like to make an attempt at apologizing to the family, Gina, Gail, and Lisa, and everyone else for all the pain, heartache, and suffering that I put you through. I'm also aware of what the first responders had to go through as well. The 911 operator and the Renton police officers. I have felt and been haunted by it all over and over. What I have to say and need to say would be more meaningful and heartfelt if we were face to face, so that everyone could see and feel the truth of my confession of shame and sorrow. I've heard people say how there are no words to express certain experiences and things that they have gone through. I find myself at such a place today. No matter how hard I've tried, words can't quite find the depth of where I'm coming from. They don't even come close. We're not strangers because we were once part of each other's lives for many years. Hopefully, beneath all of your pain, there's at least a part of you that can believe and possibly even know that I am sincere in my attempt at trying to express through words as best as I can, from my heart to your heart, from my soul to your soul, how truly sorry that I am for being so reckless and selfish, which resulted in me wrecking everyone's life by taking the life of someone who meant so much and whom you all love dearly. We all love dearly. I've heard lots of talk about giving back to society. There are even examples on how to do so. What I would like to know is, how do I give back to the family of whom I've taken so much? What could I possibly have to offer? And I'd like to say this, I would have reached out to the family, Gail and Gina and Carol and Lisa. I would have thought about it. I wanted to many, many times, but I was ordered not to do so. No way, shape, or form. I couldn't even do it through someone else. And that's the reason why I haven't reached out and apologized to you ladies, personally, over the years, throughout the years. Gina, you did reach out to me at some point in time since I've been incarcerated, and we have had a time, we've been able to talk to each other, and we've shared each other's pain and suffering. And Gina, you and I have did a lot of healing together throughout the years. And I would like to be able to do that with Gail and Lisa, if ever possible. But I want you to know, Gina, that's meant more to me than just about anything in my entire life, that you reached out to me and forgave me for what I did. And we became close again. So that's about it. And I thank the board for the opportunity to present my case and for a chance at clemency.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. The board members, Raul?
Yeah. Mr. Graves, DOC currently diagnosed you as you have a mental health disorder. Tell me about that.
I never heard of having a mental health disorder.
It says you're participating in mental health treatment.
Oh yeah, that's counseling. I've been going to counseling ever since I've been in prison. I have nobody to talk to here about what's going on inside of me, my personal struggles. And I go to counseling up at mental health.
All right. And then you were involved in a domestic before you were arrested on a homicide. Can you tell me about that?
Domestic violence with Linda Bradley?
No, before that.
Before her?
Yeah.
I've never been involved in domestic violence with my prior wife, my kid's mother. No, I've never been arrested for anything like that.
Board member, Vice Chair Almeida, if I could clarify, I think what Charles is saying is that previous instance was with Linda Bradley.
Oh, it was, okay. I didn't have all that info on it, so I wasn't sure what it was. All right, thank you for clarifying that.
Any of the other board members have any questions of the petitioner?
Yes, Chairman. Mr. Graves, one of the criteria we look at is remorse. And I've heard you say that you're sorry for what you've done to Linda Bradley's children, but how do you feel about what you did to Linda Bradley?
Oh, it tears my soul up. I mean, I've suffered for that throughout the years on a regular basis. I still feel the guilt for it, and I can't forgive myself for doing that. Even though my pastors and other people are telling me that God forgives me and that I should forgive myself, but I don't feel forgiven by God or anybody else, and I just can't get over that. It still hurts me. I still break down from that. I can see something on TV that'll trigger that, and I'll break down and start crying again. And that's happened over and over throughout the years. So yes, I'm very remorseful for that. Very pained from that. That's the worst.
So I appreciate that, but you have to understand from Ms. Bradley's children's point of view, if they were, in your shoes, how would they feel? I mean, you have to think about that.
I have thought about that. I think about that a lot, and I understand how they can feel this way. But like I told you, the youngest daughter, Gina, and I, we have had a chance. She contacted me. I didn't contact her. And we have had a chance to talk and do a lot of healing and share each other's pain together since that happened.
If the situation were, if you could do this again, what would you have done in a situation with Miss Bradley?
I would have found someone to talk to. I always held things inside. I didn't share my feelings with people. I was not very good at that. I just let too many things build up inside of me. But if I ever got into a situation like that again, which I can guarantee you I would never reach that depth again, But to prevent something like that from happening again, I would find someone to talk to. And I've learned through counseling that it does a lot of good to talk to someone about what's going on inside of us, our feelings and stuff. And that way, it gives us a better insight on things and a better handle on things and how to deal with situations like that before they get to that point, way before they get to that point.
I guess one of the fears is that if you were in a similar situation, that if you felt down, would you do the same thing again?
Absolutely not. No.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Cheryl?
Good morning, Mr. Graves.
Morning.
So your counsel, told us about your cancer diagnosis and that you've declined treatment, and he explained why you declined treatment. The question that I have for you is if the reason for declining the treatment versus this petition don't jive for me. Filing this petition shows that you have some hope that perhaps you might be able to get out. And your reason for declining treatment says that you don't have hope, and that you don't want to continue to have to live the life that you live in prison. Can you, help me with understanding how those two feelings can coexist?
I'll try. When I was diagnosed with cancer, clemency was not in the picture. And I had already spent so many years in prison. I've had enough of prison, and I didn't want to prolong my life in prison. Plus, they also told me that cancer is this prostate cancer. It's a slow-going process. It takes years, possibly years, if it does kill you. And at my age, so I could possibly outlive. I probably die before the cancer would kill me. But the main reason is I didn't want to prolong my life in prison any longer. Pushing like 25 years or so when I was diagnosed with cancer, and I just didn't want to prolong it. So I chose not to have treatment. Since then, I've talked to doctors, and it haven't spread, so everything's still good there. And now that there's a possibility of clemency, I've thought about it, and I will go and get some treatment, knowing that I have a possibility of getting out of prison and a life beyond here.
And have you looked into what resources might be available to you and how you can take advantage of those resources if you are released?
Oh, absolutely. My health is failing. I'm 74 years old, and I'm going to be living with my son. And I don't know what other kind of benefits I might have, but Terry Olson has assured me that he can help me get jobs. Terry that's what he does out there, help people. And he can help me get the kind of job that I'm capable of handling,
And you said that you've been going to counseling. When did you start counseling, and how often do you go to counseling?
I started going to counseling I think when I first came to prison here at Cleveland Bay. That was not voluntarily. They called me up and to talk to a psychologist. And I saw where that was good for me, and I continued going probably about once a month. Now I see a counselor about every month and a half, just to have someone to talk to.
And how has counseling helped you?
It has helped me tremendously. It feels good to have somebody. I've tried talking to people here in prison, other inmates, and it doesn't go well. They just don't quite get it, And but going up there and talking, people will listen to my feelings and how I feel about things, and that's been a huge help for me, just to have somebody to listen to me and express my feelings. I've always held things inside. But now I talk to other people, and plus my counseling. I write a lot of poetry. I've written a lot of poetry since I've been in prison, and that has been good for me too. I can express myself in a poetic way. That and going to counseling it's been huge in my life. And now I've started talking to other people, like my family and friends and people on the phone, whatever, and writing letters, so especially writing letters. And I'm open. I've learned how to open up to them, express my feelings, what's going on with me, and try to get them to share their feelings, depending on what they're dealing with outside. And people have always found it easy to talk to me outside, even, way back in the day. People would, friends and family always came to me to talk to me. I guess maybe I'm a good listener or whatever, But on the other hand, I never really opened up to a lot of people out there. Boy.
Any other questions from any other board members?
I have one last question. Your counsel references that you have already served more than double the time the average person serves for murder. But the question that I have for you is, do you think that the act that you committed that put you in prison is an average act?
Average? No. No, I don't.
So do you, I know that in the past you believe that, you committed this crime and so therefore you deserved to be convicted and imprisoned. Do you think that the 30 years is more than enough?
Based on the criminal justice system, I do, the way it's set up. But as far as what I did, I could never pay for what I did. I mean, you can't put a price on a person's life. And no, I can't do that. I don't, that's not enough time to spend in prison, locked up, to repay for taking a human being's life and hurting so many people out there. But as far as the way the criminal justice system is set up, yeah, there are a lot of people who have done worse than me and harmed people, more people than I have, and got out. Some people have killed twice or more and still get a chance to get out. So based on that, yes, I would like to have another chance out in the free world. Live a normal life before my time is up on earth.
I know I said I had one last question, but one more. Your son mentioned your granddaughter and the special relationship that you have. Can you describe that relationship?
It's beautiful. She's my heart. I met her when she was a little girl, little child. Out in the visiting room, and I went down in the play area. She pulled me down in the play area, and we played together. And I watched her grow up in the visiting room, and we have become very, very close. And now she's 19 years old. She's going to college. Got a job with the school district. And I talk to her occasionally on the phone. Still give her advice. I told her a long, long time ago. When she was still pretty little. That no matter what happens in her life, I want her to know that she can always come to me and we can talk and work things out. I said, if you don't want your mom and dad to know about it, they don't have to know about it unless it's something that I think that is so serious and they need to know about it. But I want you to always know that you can come to Grandpa and we can talk about things. You can share anything with me, and we'll work through it. I mean, I just can't say enough about her. She's my little angel. She's my heart. And I love her.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Your counsel has, and others have described this as a violent reaction or a flashpoint, as if it was some sort of an instantaneous decision to kill your ex-wife. You had told people for months before that you planned to quote, and I quote, you kill the bitch. Isn't that true?
I did make that remark, yes.
And you realize that the sentencing range on your offense, aggravated first-degree murder, was the death penalty or life without parole?
I do, yes.
So that you could have received, in previous years before the moratorium, you could have received the death penalty for this offense. You know that?
Yes, sir, yes.
So
yes.
There's no doubt about the serious nature of it. Do you disagree with the police reports or the prosecutor's summation of the facts that led up to and the facts of the crime? I mean, you don't disagree with how everything transpired?
No, I don't disagree.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Any other questions from the board?
For me?
Thank you very much, Mr. Graves. Counsel, you want to make just a couple of summation remarks, and then we'll go to we'll turn to the prosecuting attorney.
Thank you, Chair McDevitt. I will be terse. Clemency exists for men like Charles. When he received the sentence, he deserved it. If he was Charles Graves from 1992, he wouldn't deserve clemency. It's that simple. He's a 74-year-old man. He just spent 30 years in the most hostile and poisonous environment our society has, prison, and you have heard how he has conducted himself in extraordinary fashion. You've seen him shed tears now. You've heard from people talk about how he's grown as a person. And I think his 30-year sentence is sufficient punishment, and he deserves clemency. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, counsel. Anybody have any questions of counsel? We'll move on to the prosecuting attorney. Hearing none, Carla Lee, we've had the opportunity to read your summation. And do you have any other remarks beyond that?
You know, Chair, we do this time. We have some remarks that we'd like to share with this board.
Go ahead.
Cool. Thank you, Chair McDevitt, and members of the board, staff of the board, and the audience. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in these proceedings. Carla Lee, CARLALEE, Deputy Chief of Staff for the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. First, we want to say we respect Mr. Graves' humanity and appreciate the testimony of his supporters. We also appreciate the Department of Corrections' secure environment where remorse, reflection, redemption, and in some cases rehabilitation are the result of the incarceration. And we expect the results and are encouraged to hear about Mr. Graves' good behavior. That is something that we expect from that environment. However, for the record, we'd like to share some educational information relevant to this case and the crime committed. Recently, during the 2021 legislative session, the legislature shared some information about domestic violence that I think is important for us to be reminded of. Today, about 15% of Washington adults report experiencing domestic violence in their lifetime. Women and low-income people and Black and Indigenous communities experience it at a higher rate. Domestic violence is a serious offense for those communities, and they experience it regularly. When domestic violence victims seek to separate from their abuser, they are faced with increased risk. 45% of domestic violence homicides occur within 90 days of the recent separation, while 75% occur within the first 6 months of separation. Domestic violence victims face increased risk when their abusers have firearms. Firearms are used to commit over 50% of all intimate partner homicides in the United States. Domestic violence victims are 11% more likely to be killed when the abusive partner has a gun. Domestic violence has long been recognized as being the core of other major social problems such as child abuse and other crimes of violence. Washington studies have also found that domestic violence is the most predictive of future violent criminal behavior by the perpetrator. When the abusive partner has mental health concerns or substance abuse disorders, such as alcoholism, these concerns increase the likelihood of either serious injury to a domestic violence victim or death. The death of any person is not to be dismissed or minimized, and the death of domestic violence victims is also not to be minimized, particularly where there are mental health and substance abuse present in the relationship. We see domestic violence as an extraordinary criminal justice and public health crisis in our society. And when the victim is killed by their abusive partner, this is an extraordinary act of violence, and we take it seriously. While Mr. Graves' murder of Miss Linda Bradley after their separation occurred 30 years ago, The egregious nature of his conduct, it continues to shock the conscience of our community, and we continue to grapple with this particular violent offense. Mr. Graves' extraordinary conduct included returning to Bradley's home after the divorce, asking to stay with her for a short while, and boldly telling friends and family he was going to kill her, and none of those friends or family, or at least none of the family, taking any action after he reported that he was going to be killing Miss Bradley. He murdered Miss Bradley even after she had received a temporary protection order. She had taken assertive steps to protect herself. She had a safety plan. She told friends. She left her home. She borrowed a gun from friends. She called the police. She changed the locks on her door, getting the protection that she needed. And she also told friends and neighbors that she feared Mr. Graves, but none of that worked to protect her. And while I appreciate Mr. MICAH Graves' testimony today, what stands out for me is that after his father told him he was going to kill Linda, he took no action. And I believe he was 18 years old at the time. And so he had the ability of calling for assistance. Nor did he take any action after his father reported that he had killed Miss Linda Bradley. And those things just stand out for me, as he's going to be a person who would be in charge of his father in the event that commutation is granted. Mr. Graves used the gun that she borrowed, that Linda had borrowed from a friend, and shot her several times with that gun. And then he used his gun, a .44 Magnum, and shot her in her left breast, piercing her heart, resulting in her death. This is a pretty serious offense, even by today's standards. And while we appreciate his exemplary behavior in prison and respect his good behavior, we find the facts of this case to be extraordinarily disturbing, and nothing in the clemency packet offsets this extraordinarily egregious facts that resulted in Ms. Linda Bradley's death. Therefore, we oppose the petition. However, in the event this board is compelled to recommend a commutation, we would ask that the board consider including conditions that prohibit Mr. Charles Graves from contacting the surviving victim families unless they reach out to him, and that his gun rights are prohibited. We would also recommend that Mr. MICAH Graves provide proof that his father does not have access to any guns that Mr. MICAH Graves or his wife may have in their possession. Those are our words for today. That's our testimony, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Any questions of King County Council? Hearing none, thank you very, very much. And thanks again for the participation of the King County Prosecutor's Office. You've always done a great job in supporting the board with your testimony. Do we have any other, Jennifer, do we have any other victim family members that want to testify? We have received a couple of letters, several letters, and we've read those. The board has had the opportunity to read those, but we'll certainly take any more testimony from any of those opposing the petition.
Chair McDevitt, Gail Harnett would like to speak on behalf of the family of the victim.
Okay.
I can go ahead now.
Ms. Harnett, go ahead, state your name, spell it for the court reporter, and tell us what you want us to know.
Gail Harnett, GailHarnett.
Okay.
I am the daughter of the murder victim, Linda, and it's really hard. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to address the board. This is incredibly hard to, first of all, even be here. I never thought that we would be here where Charles is not accepting full responsibility and wanting to continue with the terms of his sentencing, which was life in prison without the possibility of parole. That means you die in prison. It didn't say how you were to die in prison. It didn't say, there was not a stipulation stating unless you get cancer, unless there's COVID, and it was life in prison without the possibility of parole. I've been listening to all these stories and testimonies of all the great things that he's done while in prison, and that's wonderful. It sounds like he's chosen to make the best out of a really bad situation, and that he's touched lots of people's lives. I would hope that anybody that has to go and live in an environment such as that because of something that they've done does make the best and shows repentance by helping others. That's how you can move toward forgiving yourself, is by helping others. So that's exemplary to some people. To me, it just makes sense that that's something you would want to do to make it easier for yourself to continue to live in that environment. It doesn't mean that because of all these good deeds that his sentencing should be reduced. Again, the violent nature of his crime. Something else that was not mentioned was or people may not even know, is I personally asked him a week before he murdered my mom. My mom is so scared right now. And Charles, you know what my mom means to me and my kids. You would never hurt her. Is that correct? And he promised me he would never hurt her. I trusted that. I heard my mom stating that she was scared of him. I knew she had gotten a gun. She had stayed with me for a couple of days. And I said, Mom, I would like for you to go live with Carol, or go to Carol, who lived in another state, her sister. Toward the end, she just said, I'm not going to continue to live in a state of fear and run. If he's going to find me, he's going to find me. And because he's made threats towards family members as well, to hurt family members in front of her, to hurt her, she wanted to go home because she didn't want to put her family in a situation where they were murdered in front of her. Charles is very good at stating something and making you believe it, and that's not his true nature. He's been violent in the past before my mom and with my mom, and it was before the actual day that he murdered her. And again, he was telling all these people that he was going to murder her for months. Unbeknownst to me, I did not know that. I don't know if my other family members knew that, but I did not. Charles and I, like I said, when I asked him, he had stated no, that he would never do that. He understood the importance of my mom in my life. If Charles is released, I am now put in a position where I have to fear for my life and my family's life. My children are grown, but I have grandchildren. And now I'm in a position to have to figure out what it is that I have to do to stay safe. That puts me in a position I never thought I would have to be in. It's not, he talks about all these great things he's doing. Well, he needs to continue to serve his sentence and to continue to do those great things. He is going to be exposed to more people in prison to help than he will on the outside. And once he gets to the outside, it would be so easy for him to fall back into his bad behavior of drinking, drugs. When he gets upset, he's been laser focused on, once he got the idea of clemency in his head, he's been laser focused on getting that. And now he's using any excuse. I have cancer. You can get treatment in prison of cancer. I'm doing all these great things. It doesn't feel like you really did it from your heart, Charles, when you're using it for leverage, all your good work, you're using it for leverage to try to get out. You did this. You are stating that you did this, and at once upon a time, you stated that you should have to live the rest of your life in prison. You still should. You wanting to have the rest of your life, whatever that may be, 1 year, 20 years, with your family. My mom didn't get that. My mom died 30 years ago. You've taken 30 years so far away from our lives of being able to have my mom, her grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, not having any of that time. Why should you get anything? You shouldn't. And just the fact that you have had this great life in prison, well, not as great as you could have had on the outside, but you made that choice. So I absolutely do not think that you should be released. I think you'll do more good in prison, and my family and myself will feel safe with you being in prison, where you rightly belong.
Thank you, Ms. Hardin. And I understand this is the chair. I understand the hardship that victims and victims' family goes through in these processes, but and I know that it kind of tears the scab off old wounds. But you have to understand that the process of submitting a petition and notifying the victims or the victim witnesses is part of the statute, part of the Constitution, and the problem is that it brings up, as you've so aptly pointed out, it brings up the pain and the agony once again. But it would be absolutely improper to hear a case like this without hearing both sides, and your side is very, very important. And I hope you understand that this is a statutory process, and sometimes it's very, very difficult on the victims and the victim's family to have to relive these things. Any of the board members have any questions of Ms. Harnett? Hearing none, thank you very, very much, Ms. Harnett, for your very compelling testimony. Jennifer, do we have any other testimony from any of the other victims' family members?
No, just the letters that they submitted.
Okay, we've read the letters. We've had the opportunity to read the letters from the victim's family. There's a letter from Jason Thompson, a letter from Gail Harnett. I think there's one other that I read. We've heard from the King County Prosecutor's Office. We've heard from all the petitioner's witnesses. And so I'm going to go ahead, unless there's anything else, any other questions by any of the board members, I'm going to go ahead and close the testimony and open it up for discussion. Any discussion?
Chair, I make a motion that I've listened to the case. Obviously, we read the information. I think Mr. Graves is doing great in prison, but I do not see enough as far as extraordinary circumstances, at least in my mind. Based on the facts of the crime, I make a motion that we deny the petition.
Any other discussion? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to second that motion. This was not as was described a violent flashpoint. This was a crime that was planned for several months, if not more, in advance. It was bragged about, it was contemplated, and as Ms. Harnett indicated, there was a plea evidently made, and I don't doubt that, to the petitioner not to harm her mother. But in spite of that, and in spite of the promise, there was a very, very well thought out, tried the key in the lock, the key broke off, shot the lock off, got inside the house. I can't even imagine the horror. Shot the victim 4 times with her own pistol, and then as a final act of violence, shot the victim through the heart with a .44 Magnum, which is probably one of the most powerful handguns made, and then bragged about it afterwards. The son had the opportunity to take action before the crime when he was advised that the petitioner was going to kill his ex-wife, and had the opportunity afterwards to take action. Didn't do that. When I'm looking at the seriousness of the offense, the impact on the victims, and whether there's a significant need for clemency, I applaud Mr. Graves for what he's done in prison. And I applaud his mentorship, and I applaud the example, and I applaud the fact that he has lived his life in prison infraction free. But that's what expected. Infractions are when you step over the line, but to live infraction free is exactly just like we ask citizens to live crime free. We hope that prisoners live infraction free. So that's kind of a net zero gain on that. So based upon the seriousness of the crime and the impact on the victims, I second the motion to deny the petition. Any further discussion? Hearing none, there's been a motion to deny the petition and a second. All those in favor of denying the petition signify by raising your hand, saying aye.
Aye.
All right, it's 4-0 to deny the petition. Mr. Graves, I applaud you for what you've done in prison. And I think that's probably the place that is the place you should be, and you need to keep up that mentorship in fellow prisoners, and even people on the outside need to learn the lesson that sometimes the choices we make dictate the balance of our lives. And the choice you made did in fact dictate the balance of your life. Counsel, you made a very, very excellent presentation, very compelling, but I'm afraid due to the serious nature of the crime, it just didn't carry the day. I'll close the testimony, and it's 6 after. We'll take about maybe a 14-minute break, and we'll reconvene for our next case at 20 after. Any further comments? Okay, go ahead and close it down. Counsel, thank you very much. Ms. Lee, thank you again.
Chair McDevitt, I'm gonna have the petitioner, prosecutor, and counsel for the next case. I'm gonna bring them in.
Okay, we'll reconvene at 20 after.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Jennifer, I think we've got the 4 board members present. We have 1 absent, excused absence on vacation, but we have a quorum of the board, and we'll resume the June 11th, 2021 Clemency and Pardons Board with the matter of Rogelio, make sure I say that right, Vasquez, petition for commutation. Counsel for the petitioner is present, and the petitioner is present. Prosecuting attorney is present. I've got 4 board members, counsel for the board and the paralegal, so we're all set to go. Counsel, you want to go ahead and state your name, spell it for the record, and make your opening statement?
Yes, my name is Kevin Kehoe, Kevin Kehoe. My co-counsel is Diane D'Arcangelo, Diane Diane D'Arcangelo. Yes, my name is Kevin Kehoe, and my colleague Diane and I are counsel for Rogelio Vasquez in his petition for clemency. Diane and I are also in-house lawyers at Microsoft. We both started with Microsoft about 20 years ago as antitrust litigators and have held a number of roles in Microsoft legal department over the years. We were connected to Mr. Vasquez through the Seattle Clemency Project. Mr. Vasquez and the Seattle Clemency Project, Diane and I would like to thank the board for the opportunity to present Mr. Vasquez's petition. Diane and I have come to know Rogelio Vasquez. He has asked that we call him Roger. We met Roger many times in the Monroe prison. We have met Roger's family. We have met his friends, and we have met his priest. We have learned the story of his crime, and we have learned the uncommon story of his redemption. His case presents an extraordinary circumstance justifying clemency. We provided Roger's petition to the Island County prosecutor, Gregory Banks, who is here today. The prosecutor Banks supports Roger's petition for clemency. 22 years ago, in 1998, Roger committed a series of crimes in an effort to escape from custody. He is deeply remorseful for those crimes. You will hear him later in this hearing, and I will allow him to explain that to you. Roger's crimes were serious. While in custody and in transit between jails, Roger got high on cocaine that he smuggled into the jail. Under the influence of cocaine, he broke out of his handcuffs, stole a sheriff deputy's gun, struck that sheriff's deputy with the gun, and cut the deputy's head, which required many stitches. In the course of this escape attempt, he threatened a number of people, led police on a chase, and injured a woman, pushing her to the ground. Roger understands the seriousness of his offenses. He regrets the harm to his victims. These crimes took place in the town of Cooperville on Whidbey Island. Roger regrets the fear he created in that small town community. He is deeply sorry for his crimes. Roger received an extraordinary sentence for his offenses. He received a sentence of 46.25 years in prison. The standard range for his crimes was 14.25 years, but an additional 32 years were added to the sentence for weapons enhancements, which were applied consecutively. Prosecutor Banks has noted in his letter in support of this petition, quote, Mr. Vasquez's sentence may also be considered extraordinary in that no shots were fired, no victims suffered great bodily harm, yet he received a sentence above what most murderers receive. Prosecutor Banks explains in his letter that the sentence was supported by law, and that is true. But Prosecutor Banks also notes in his letter, quote, hypothetically, if the judge had imposed only 10 years of gun enhancement, rendering a total sentence of 24.25 years, Prosecutor Banks' assessment is, quote, few would have called that lenient at the time. Roger's sentence of 46 and a quarter years is 22 years longer than that hypothetical 24 and a quarter year non-lenient sentence. Roger's crimes were serious, but his sentence, while supported by law, was extraordinarily severe. Roger has served over 22 years of his sentence. He was 30 years old at the time of his offense. He is now 52 years old. Roger has made good use of his time in prison to reform his life and better himself. Prosecutor Banks notes in his letter in support of this petition, quote, "At face value, Mr. Vasquez's petition shows a man who has been on an extraordinary personal journey towards redemption and rehabilitation." Prosecutor Banks goes on to note that Roger has undergone a, quote, "genuine metamorphosis during his time in prison." And he goes on to note that the record before this board demonstrates, quote, Mr. Vasquez is actually a changed man. Roger's transformation has been extraordinary in at least 5 respects. First, finding sobriety. Second, attaining an education. Third, in his service to the sick and dying prisoners. Fourth, in his mentorship of other prisoners. And fifth, in service to his prison ministry, Christian ministry. I will address each of these briefly in turn. With respect to sobriety, Roger has learned to live a clean and sober life. Roger's struggles with substance abuse began when he was a kid. He started using drugs when he was 11 or 12 years of age. At 17, he tried cocaine and rapidly became addicted. At the time Roger committed his offenses, he was high on cocaine, and he continued to use drugs during his early years in prison. Indeed, Roger was on a path to kill himself with drugs. And on June 4th, 2006, while in prison, he very nearly did just that. When the drugs that he had smuggled into solitary confinement ruptured in his body and nearly ended his life. That day, in 2006, was the lowest day of Roger's life. But it was also the day that his extraordinary redemption began. Since that day, 15 years ago, Roger has been clean and sober and continues to participate in programs to work actively on his sobriety. Prosecutor Banks notes in his letter to the board that this is to be commended. It was not easy for Roger to gain access to prison sobriety programs. Roger had to advocate for himself to be allowed into these programs because space is limited and ordinarily reserved for inmates within 5 years of release. But Roger's commitments impressed the people in charge, and he was admitted into these programs. And he has been a successful participant in them for a decade and a half. This shows Roger's extraordinary commitment to living a clean and sober life. Second, Roger has made extraordinary progress in his education. He has earned a GED high school degree. He has earned 45 college credits, which is halfway to an associate's degree. Roger has a GPA of 3.91. He is a longtime student leader. For 7 years, he has been a member of the University Behind Bars Advisory Committee and a mentor and tutor to other students. Prosecutor Banks notes in his letter of support, quote, Mr. Vasquez is to be commended for his devotion to education and self-improvement. Third, Roger has lived an extraordinary life of service to the sick, disabled, and dying of his prison. Roger has done this work for 6 years through a volunteer program called Men of Compassion and also as a disability assistant. Prosecutor Banks notes in his letter, quote, perhaps the greatest factor in support of Mr. Vasquez's petition for commutation is the energy and dedication that he has applied to caring for others. Prosecutor Banks goes on to note, quote, it is safe to say that many violent criminals share personalities that are narcissistic and egotistical. Mr. Banks appears to have transcended that inward focus and generally discovered or rediscovered the drive to improve the lives of others That selflessness is a common theme of the numerous letters of support. Two of those letters of support referenced by Prosecutor Banks are from the mother and sister of a former inmate, Ralph Kirby. Mr. Kirby was an inmate who was a diabetic and on dialysis. Roger cared for this man, kept him attentive to his health and his diet and his treatment. Roger did this even when Mr. Kirby wanted to give up and die. Roger helped keep this man alive until he was released so that he could see his family in freedom for a short time before his death. Mr. Kirby's surviving mother and sister are grateful to Roger for this. There are too many examples of Roger's compassion for us to recount them all here today. But Roger Vasquez has spent years in prison caring for the sick of his community. Our society has locked these men away and tried to forget them, even when they are dying. But Roger has cared for them and worked to see that they are not alone in their suffering. Roger's is an extraordinary life of charity. Fourth, Roger has added to his life of service by being a mentor to other inmates. His work with the Men Facilitating Change program has been extraordinary. He has been a mentor in that program since its inception in 2013 for 8 years. The papers in support of this petition include a letter from Juan Hernandez, a young inmate who was encouraged by Roger to leave gang life and use his time in prison to better himself through education and other programs. Fifth, Roger's work with his church has also been extraordinary. He organized a Christian ministry in the prison. Since 2013, Roger has been the primary pastoral assistant for Reverend Ekblad's Tierra Nueva ministry. Twice a month for those 8 years, until suspended by COVID restrictions, Roger has organized a Spanish language Bible study and services in the prison. Reverend Ekblad will speak to this board later in the hearing. In addition, for 10 years, Roger has been an active participant and organizer of the Catholic religious services in the prison. Finally, Roger has learned to live by the rules. Roger has been infraction-free for 13 years, since 2008. Roger has a robust release plan. He has more than one offer of employment. Washington State Legislative Representative Amy Wallant met Roger at a prison speaking event. She was impressed by him, and she has offered him a job at her car dealership. Roger has a second backup offer of employment at the American Abatement Demolition Company. Roger has arranged for a place to live at House of Mercy, which is a clean and sober living facility that is affordable and near his offer of employment. Roger has many other options to live with his family. Beyond housing and employment, Roger has a strong and robust support network. He has a large and loving family who have been and are active in his life. These include 5 brothers and sisters, their spouses, a mother and father, and many nieces and nephews. You will hear from Roger's sister, Rosa Ubarra, who will explain the support network that Roger has through his large extended family. Roger will have a continuing support network from his church. Reverend Ekblad's ministry, which Roger has served for 8 years while in prison, also works with people released from prison. The board will hear from Jason Pugh, who is a former prison official who knows Roger. He will speak to this release plan and Roger's readiness for release. At this point, I would like to turn to the people who would like to speak on Roger's behalf. As Prosecutor Banks notes in his letter of support, quote, Roger's petition is, quote, supported by fellow inmates, corrections officers, a state legislator, potential employers, educators, family members, and notably a prison chaplain with 26 years of experience working closely with inmates. All these people cannot present to the board today. We've chosen 3 people to speak. I would like to introduce first Reverend Ekblad, then Mr. Jason Pugh, then Roger's sister, Rosa Ubarra.
Thank you, Counsel. Go ahead with your first witness, the Reverend Robert Ekblad. And Jennifer, I see that you're there. Reverend. Reverend Ekblad, you want to state your name, spell it for the court reporter, and then tell us what you want us to know.
Yes, my name is Eugene Robert Ekblad Jr., EUGENE ROBERT EKBLAD. I am the founder and director of Tierra Nueva, which is began in Honduras in the 80s, and here in 1994. Our ministry here is we're focused on supporting people affected by immigration, addiction, and incarceration. And I've been the chaplain of Skagit County Jail Ministry since 1994. It's there that I met Roger in 1998 when he was in for another charge, and then I was visiting him. He was coming to our Bible studies, and then when he committed his crime that he's incarcerated for now, I was around for that, and I visited him one-on-one for a year before he went off to prison, and then lost touch with him from 1999 to 2013. When then in Monroe Correctional Center, I began, or Correctional, Washington State Reformatory, I began doing a two times a month a Bible study for Spanish speakers. And Roger was there from the beginning and was my right-hand man. I want to say that in all the years that I have pastored people on the margins, I'm a Presbyterian pastor, but we have an alternative ministry focused on, people, I guess mainly people in prison, violent offenders, oftentimes, drug dealers, people who've been involved in all kinds of crime. I mean, I've dealt with thousands of people. And Roger stands out as one of the most serious, sort of committed people to really changing his life of anyone I've ever met. And I've watched him very carefully, every 2 weeks in the prison. I've watched him. He has a consistency about him of just being upbeat and pursuing people, like he's like the shepherd that I imagine Jesus to be, who seeks after the lost sheep. He's just going out after people. And I witnessed him many times bringing people in wheelchairs from the infirmary, who were near death. And I saw an incredible tenderness in him that is very uncommon for people in the prison system. And I think for that tenderness to be present, it requires, some serious work on someone's heart. And I've seen Roger work on it himself in a big way and pursue every possible opportunity for self-improvement that I know of, like in the religious community. I mean, he works with the Catholic Church. He's present with a lot of the activities that happen. And I just love the guy. Okay, that's what I want to say. I love him as a brother, as a friend. His family lives just a couple blocks from here. And when he gets out, he is welcome here. We would love to have him involved in our work. He's the perfect guy for the kind of pastoral work that we do. And our work is focused on empowering people like Roger to reach out to others that are, really stuck. And Roger's proven himself to be expert at that. So I'm just really excited about this opportunity for him to be released. I've seen such a change in him. Like I was with him right in the midst of everything back in the, 1998, 1999. And it was shocking to me to meet him 13 years later in, 2013. And just to see this guy completely transformed and, and consistently transformed and growing, not just transformed, but like in a process of transformation, of ongoing growth, like he's a hungry person for truth and for knowledge. And anyway, I just want to recommend him full stop, 100%. I just think you'd be making the right choice to release him.
Thank you, Reverend. Any questions from any of the board members? Are you, Reverend Ekblad, are you aware of Roger's extensive criminal history?
Yes, I've looked through all of his records. I'm very aware.
19 felonies, 5 gross misdemeanors, 7 misdemeanors, three others.
Yes, yes.
As I've said, I mean, not to make light of it, but he's somewhat of a one-man crime wave, wouldn't you say?
in the past, he was a crazy guy, and cocaine was a part of it, and other drugs. And in the prison system, it's possible to be an active drug user, and it's possible to continue a life of crime. And Roger hasn't done that. Roger's gone the opposite direction, and that's not an easy feat in some of the settings where Roger's been these last years. So I just want to, I know that there's been a problem in his past, for sure. Lots and lots and lots of crimes, lots of criminal activity. And that's why, for me, this is extraordinary, his case, because I've seen change that I've seen a lot of change that's just manipulative, that's for the sake of trying to get something. Roger hasn't. There's nothing he's stood to benefit from me in his dealings with our ministry. He hasn't. There's no con man activity that I've witnessed, even a hint of it. And I'm very sensitive to that because I run into it all the time. Roger's genuine person.
Thank you. Any questions from any of the other board members? Hearing none. Reverend, thank you very, very much for your testimony. Council, go ahead and call your next witness.
Yes, I'd like to call at this time Mr. Jason Few.
Jason, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see him on the screen yet.
He's
Brett?
here. You might have to flip to speaker view because we have so many people on.
Okay, and you can, Reverend Eklund, you can go ahead and silent, or go ahead and leave the room if you want, whatever. And Jason, Mr. Few, you want to go ahead and state your name, spell it for the court reporter?
Sure. My name's Jason Few, JASONFEW.
And go ahead and tell us what you want us to hear.
Okay, so I'll start a little bit about my background. So I've worked with people involved in the criminal justice system for about, I would say, 7 or 8 years. I've worked maybe 3 or 4 years with guys coming out of prison in like transition facilities, helping them get connected to resources and helping with their transition. And then also I worked for a few years as a drug counselor in a facility in California, and I worked as a transition specialist and reentry program manager for the Washington State Department of Corrections. Most of my work was focused on MCCs, the Monroe Correctional Complex, and my task was creating pre-release reentry programming for guys who are getting close to getting out of prison. I met Roger through one of the associate superintendents, Michelle Woods, at MCC. We decided that the programs we created for reentry, we wanted to have members of the community facilitate them for us. And Michelle Woods already had a mentorship program going on in the facility. And so we met with her and we were able to meet the mentors. Roger was one of the mentors. And so that's how I met him. Roger stood out immediately because of his enthusiasm. And we already had a pretty good idea about him because he has a really good reputation in the facility for what was already mentioned, helping out the sick and dying in the hospital, helping out with the disabled folks, being a mentor, being involved in his church. And so it was a no-brainer that we wanted to be in business with him. We were hoping he would help us with our programming. Starting programs is a little bit difficult in the facility because, you know, there's a lot of security concerns. We have to have a evidence-based curriculum. Roger, since he's already been involved in programming for 10 years, was like instrumental in helping us get the programs established and also facilitating for us. I think I want to focus a little bit about what I noticed about his character. A lot of times, my experience working inside the prison with guys who are mentors or who are running programs and stuff like that, a lot of them have they're kind-hearted and they want to make a difference, but they still have sort of a defiant attitude or us against them sort of mentality with the facility. And a lot of times they still have narcissistic tendencies where if you try to give them a little bit of feedback, you notice that there's anger that happens there, and so there's a little bit of danger. Roger is the exact opposite of that. Roger's one of the most compassionate and empathetic human beings I've ever met. He understands the facility's perspective, the security's perspective, the perspective of the community, and also he understands the perspective of nonprofits and helpers trying to get into the facility because he's been involved with this sort of thing for so long. He's also extremely open to feedback. Not only is he open to feedback, but he seeks it out. He's very, very diligent when it comes to his own self-awareness and personal growth. You know, I've never felt any sort of resistance to feedback from Roger at all. So as far as his character, he's compassionate, very compassionate. He's empathetic, and he's extremely open to feedback, and he's very self-aware. You know, so whoever Roger was when he committed his crime, he is definitely not that individual now. So also, he facilitated a program called Redemption for us. He facilitated a reentry class where he teaches guys about transition, you know, what they need to do when they get out of prison, as far as like, you know, getting you to your CCO, getting to DSHS, getting to all the practical things you need to get done day one. So he would teach that, but he's also very intuitive and sort of understanding of the emotional sort of transition, you know, because no matter it's a huge change coming out of prison. It's a very stressful as far as adjustment. And so he's very, I think, aware of what to look for. So on the practical side, he has a very, very detailed and thought out release plan. Not only does he have his own release plan, but his job was to help people create their own release plan. And he has his own office in the facility right now where he does that for other individuals getting out. He's got 2 job offers, like his attorney mentioned. He's got housing and backup housing. He has a ton of community support, including myself. I will be checking in on him regularly once he's released. I still have a lot of connections in the field. I have connections with apprenticeship programs for labor unions. I have connections where I can get him funding for education, whatever his plans are, and however everything's changed, I'll be there to support him once he's released. I just think that he's got the character, he's got the plan, and he's got the support. You know, it's like 3 ingredients, you know, that you need for success. I've been doing this for quite a while. I'm very good at predicting outcomes for guys coming out of prison, and I'm extremely confident that Roger is going to be very successful. And I think it's important for him to get out too, because I've seen the difference he makes in young men in prison. You know, guys that it's almost impossible for anyone else to get a hold of, the gang members, you know, and turn them around, you know, overcome their own personal cynicism, give them hope about themselves and society, right? So I think that he would be invaluable in the community. And so I just think that it's a no-brainer.
Thank you, Mr. Few. Any of the board members have any questions of Mr. Few?
Yeah, Mr. Few, could you tell me now, so exactly now, who do you work for?
So now I went through a career change. So now I'm a software developer with the city of Seattle. But at the time, I was working for the Department of Corrections. So from 2016 to 2018 is when I worked with Roger in the prison.
Okay, so you work for the city of Seattle. So your role with Roger would be as a volunteer, as a friend, is it?
Now?
I mean, if he were to be released.
Oh, as a friend, a close friend.
And you live in Seattle?
I live in Seattle, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, Mr. Few, you're no relation to our esteemed basketball coach, are you?
No, I get asked that all the time. Nope, no relation.
You could, I tell you, if you came to Spokane, you couldn't buy yourself a cup of coffee just with that name.
Well, I'll be headed there.
Any other questions of this board or of this witness? Thank you very much. Counsel, call your next witness.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to call Roger's sister, Rosa Ubara.
Okay. Jennifer, if you want to let her in. Mr. Few, thank you very, very much.
There she is.
Ms. Ibarra, you want to state your name, spell it for the court reporter, and tell us what you want us to know.
My name is Rosa Ibarra, ROSA-IBARRA.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak on my brother's behalf. My name is Rosa Ibarra. I'm Rogelio's sister. I was born and raised in Santa Ana, California for the first 10 years of my life. Our family then migrated to Skagit County in search of employment, a better life, and to be closer to family. I have been married to my husband, Fernando, for 29 years, my best friend and biggest supporter. I'm a proud mother of 4 beautiful children and a grandmother to 7. I work at the Mount Vernon School District. This has been my place of employment for the last 7 years. I support children in kindergarten and the special education department. I would like to share some of the fondest memories that I have of my relationship with my brother Rogelio and our childhood. We have been very close, sometimes inseparable. We would spend our days together regardless of the difference in our age. We grew up going to our neighborhood park, walking to the corner market store to play our favorite video games. We walked to and from school together every day. Our parents worked long hours to give us a good life and hoped to leave us with someone that they could trust, sometimes allowing coworkers and family friends in our home. We had some positive influences through these people, but others left a negative impact. We moved into Fredonia Camp in Skagit County. We worked in the fields at a very young age. At this time, Rogelio was about 14 years old. Everyone started making friends closer to their age groups. Our relationship stayed strong. I tried to stay by my brother's side, but I felt him growing apart from me as he grew in age. I would still come into his room and tell him jokes and laugh with him. This is a memory that I hold dear to this day. Some people, both in our family and out of our family, who were around us growing up, were a bad influence on my brother. He began to use illegal substances. During my brother's battle with his addiction, I tried to get him help through my employer, but I was young and I didn't understand that the services didn't extend to my siblings. I pleaded with the insurance company for help for my brother. The representative who I spoke to wished that she could help, but told me that there was nothing that she could do. On one occasion, my brother left our home. My family was so worried. I could see the pain this caused my mother. The day he returned, he looked thin and unhealthy. He didn't look himself. He was under the influence of drugs. And I was afraid to let him leave again because I feared for his life and I didn't know if I would ever see him again. I got into his car and refused to get out. He tried to pull me out of the car and I held on to a bar that was on the dashboard of the car. Because he couldn't get me to leave, he drove off with me inside. He drove to a parking lot where we sat for about 2 to 3 hours. Afterward, he came back home. However, the stay was only temporary as he wasn't ready to receive help. He continued down his path, surrounding himself with people who were making similar choices. It seemed his problems kept escalating and he was hardly ever sober. Eventually, this led him to commit the crime that landed him in prison. This was devastating to our family. Hearing what he had done, I felt so much for my parents. I felt like I didn't recognize the person who had committed these crimes. It was so hard to accept that this happened, so much so that I wouldn't speak about it. It would take a while for me to come to the decision to visit my brother while he was in Walla Walla Penitentiary. My mother longed to see him, and deep down, so did I. My husband and I took my parents to visit him. I had to forgive my brother in my own way and try to rebuild the trust and bonds that I had with him prior to his offense. Eventually, my brother was moved closer to home, and I promised myself that I would take my mother to see him as often as I possibly could. We believe that families should stay close together through thick and thin, so we visited him during his incarceration at Aberdeen, Clallam Bay, and Monroe Correctional Facility. No matter what, helping my parents survive his incarceration was now my main focus. The first time I visited Clallam Bay was one of the most painful things I ever had to go through. Seeing the barbed wire fences that wrap around the facilities stayed with me and haunted my thoughts. My brother, in his darkest times, asked me a question I will never forget. He asked me, if I were to leave, would you ever forgive me? He wasn't speaking about physically leaving, and I knew exactly what it meant. I now knew the severity and difficulty of my sibling was facing. And in the same conversation, he also asked me to stop talking to him about God and hope. That crushed me. I had never felt so powerless. The feeling of not being able to do anything to comfort someone who had always been there for me was devastating. Our family always had a solid foundation in faith, and I told him that our parents were already going through enough pain dealing with his incarceration. I couldn't imagine them having to deal with his loss as well. I also told him that I would never stop talking about God because God was my foundation. He even asked me not to go back to visit him in his moment of despair. This made me determined to be a stronger support. He wasn't going to get rid of me that easy. I remember saying, well, then you better take me off the visiting list because it's the only way to keep me from coming back to see you. So I continued to visit him and speak of God, even though I knew it was difficult for him at the time. He wasn't the only one serving his sentence. Our family served it as well. My mother aged so much during this time. I couldn't enjoy vacations or holidays or eating out somewhere nice without crying and feeling guilty because my brother couldn't take part in our special occasions. He was missing from our family gatherings, holidays, and family pictures. He missed so many milestones in our family's life. Suddenly, Roger took control of his life. No matter what circumstances and mountains he faced, he persevered, and it showed. It motivated me to do my best. And we visited him as often as possible. My children grew up going to visit their Uncle Roger too. We have so many happy memories from our visits with him, playing games, watching him do magic tricks, and always making sure to catch him up on all of our family's recent events. My children always armed themselves with jokes to fill his days with laughter. When my brother was approved for extended family visits, there was so much joy in every visit. We were so happy we could enjoy meals as a family, hug each other freely, sing, pray, and share in watching a simple movie. Being able to cook his favorite meals, all of this time spent together was priceless. We called our visits our mini vacations. They filled us all with so much love and happiness. My siblings, Luce, George, and Albert, were also able to take part in our visitations and to make beautiful memories as well. As time went by, we spoke of the difficult past and how much it weighed on him, such as the pain he caused the victims and their families by his actions, and the impact it had on our family as well. We have cried and prayed about this many times. I have watched him grow closer to God, and I feel his strength and knowledge and faith has become even stronger than mine. I thank God for the change that I see in my brother over the years. I am proud knowing that he will be able to apply the education and other life skills he was able to acquire during his incarceration, which will help him integrate back into society. If he were released, he now has the resources because of programs he assisted in to help him himself build a better life. Over the years, my brother has dedicated his life to bettering himself. The happiness and pride shows on him. In turn, making my parents proud and the rest of the family as well. He changed so much. He made a promise to God and his family not to take life for granted and to choose a better path. I know that this is a promise that he intends to keep. If my brother is released, He will have a home with my family and I. He won't have to worry about finances. I will fully support him until he is able to do so for himself. Our door is always open, and there is nothing that we wouldn't do to support him. All of my children are adults now, and they are also ready to support him as well. However, we are not the only ones. We have a very large family, and everyone is ready to help. Many people have already offered financial help, employment, transportation, emotional, and spiritual support. I love him dearly, and I am sure that he is ready to come home and be a man of peace and a positive role model and individual in his community, and continue to make his family proud. Thank you all for your time on behalf of myself and my family.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Ibarra. Any of the board members have any questions of this witness?
Yes, I do. Ms.
Evelyn?
Ibarra, where do you live?
In Mount Vernon, Skagit County.
Okay, so you said that you would have a home. Your home would be open to him, depending
Yes.
on where he ends up, I guess, working, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and how old are your children?
My children are 32, 30, 28, and 26.
Okay, so when was the last time you saw your brother?
Before the pandemic, but we also do the JP visiting, the video visiting. But it was prior.
So do you see him virtually now?
Yes. Yes, we have.
How often do you talk to him? When was the last time you talked to him?
We do twice a week, and the last time I spoke to him was last week. I can't recall the exact date. Sorry.
Okay. Are your parents still around?
Yes, they are.
And they live near you, or where do they live?
They are. They're about 20 minutes in Burlington. They're about 20 minutes from my home in Burlington.
Thank you very much.
Yes, of course.
Cheryl?
We mentioned your parents. So how do they feel about this petition and the possibility of his release?
It's a glimpse of hope for our family, and they're very excited, and they're hoping that things turn out well, and they're very. I mean, they're just dying for the opportunity for him to come home to join our family again here.
Thank you.
Any other questions of this witness? Hearing none, thank you very, very much, Ms. Ibarra. Counsel, you have any other witnesses, or can we go ahead and hear the petitioner?
You may. I have no more witnesses other than the petitioner.
Okay. All right, Mr. Vasquez, it's your turn. You want to state your name, spell it for the court reporter, and tell us what you want us to hear.
Sure. My name is Rogelio Vasquez, ROGELIO VASQUEZ.
All right, go ahead.
The first thing I want to say is I thank my precious God for this opportunity to be here before the board. I want to thank the board. I want to thank everyone that is supporting me, which is a lot of people.
Can you have him speak up, or Victoria, can you move him closer to the mic? Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Can you talk a little louder? We have a court reporter that is taking the testimony, so, and then there, yeah.
Yes, okay. Can you hear me now? Oh, no.
A little better.
That's better.
Okay. Yes, so I wanted to start by thanking my precious Lord for this opportunity, to be here before the board, for the strength he's given me and the courage to do all the things that I've done to overcome everything that I was struggling with. And I thank the board for all the work that you do and for the trust that you put into people, that you give their release dates, that you bless them with the opportunity of doing things over again and returning into society. I want to thank all my support, who are many. Lots of people are at home shedding tears and just praying and hoping to God that I end up getting another opportunity to come home and be a good contributing citizen to society, as are my wishes. And most importantly, I want to mention the fact that I am so sorry for everything that I have done, for having offended and intruding in people's lives, for everyone that I have ever harmed. You know, I want to apologize from the bottom of my heart. I humbly come today. I come in here with a humble heart, and I want Mr. Frank Gavin, Louis Denson, Lance Dibble, Jane Dibble, Andrea Capiola, and Armando Garza, everyone who were victims to my crime, and everyone before that. You know, everyone before that. I know I've done so many times, like you mentioned earlier, sir, so many misdemeanors, so many felonies, an extensive criminal record. I am very aware of that. I am very aware of that, and I come in here humbly today to apologize to all these people. I thank God for the opportunity. I have had 2 other opportunities in which I was able to reach out to these people. One of them was in 2005. I went back for resentencing in Coopville, and I spoke to these people, and I told them what all I was doing. By then, I had graduated from. I had got my GED. I had graduated from building and maintenance technology, and I was a teacher assistant, right, for victim awareness, human relations, stress and anger management. All the classes that I mostly needed, God put me in the place that I needed to be, not only to learn it, but to help other people as well. I translated the stress and anger management book and all the curriculum that went with it, and is now available in Spanish so that other people can take it. I have struggled. And I'm very aware of that. I'm very aware of that back in the day, I had infractions. I had a substance abuse problem, and I own every bit of it. I'm here to acknowledge it. I accept responsibility, full responsibility for everything that I've done, for all the suffering that I have caused. Like you said, a one man, you know, I think of that myself, you know, one man, how could one man cause so much pain, you know, but I guess it was possible. I did it, and I apologize. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. And I just want you to understand, I'm here to explain. I know that others have explained my character, but I'm here to tell you that before I made a promise to my family, I was of a different mindset. I was of a different mindset. I was a man with no hope, you know, and like my sister came in here and was saying that I sent her off and that I didn't want to hear about God. That is true. That is true, and I regret it so bad. But that's the place that I was in my life. I was tired of hurting them. And it wasn't that I didn't love her. I didn't want to see her or my family. It's just that I was tired of hurting them. And I wanted to be out of the picture. I wanted to be out of the picture because I was tired. I was really tired of for hurting them. I was willing to struggle and do whatever I had to do, but I was tired of hurting people. And due to my drug addiction, even though I started doing things good, I started believing in myself and finding a strength. I found something that would put a smile on my parents' face, on my family members, on people that knew me and respected me. And that was my education and just my leadership in doing things in the facilities, being a translator for the institution, translating books and just doing all that type of service. I was still struggling, and I fell on my face a couple of times, but I got right back up and dusted myself off. The last time that I ever touched a drug, it almost killed me. My attorney mentioned it. It almost killed me. I snuck some stuff in. I've been doing that for drug addicts do the craziest things. And I had snuck some in the jail, and that's why I was under the influence when I did all that crazy stuff. I was under the influence because I had drugs in my rectum when I went in there. And I had drugs in my rectum when I went into to isolation, to segregation, the day that I was caught doing something wrong. And it burst inside of me, right? Because I had it there for a while, and I was under the influence, so I was paranoid. What the drug does. I was really paranoid, and I wasn't able to get it back out because I was afraid I could hear people outside the door, and just crazy things saying, "We're going to come in. We know he has it. We're going to get him," and stuff like that, right? So I was afraid, and I never did get it out, and it burst inside of me, and it almost killed me. It almost killed me. I didn't want to ask for help. I didn't think I deserved it, and I just didn't reach out to anybody. There was an intercom on the wall, but I didn't ask for help. Instead, I just laid on the floor and feeling so ashamed. I couldn't move anymore. I couldn't walk anymore. I had some horrible pain in my stomach. And I just laid there on the floor feeling sorry, shameful and sorry, and saying, is this the way I'm going to go out? Is this what my mom is going to hear? And all I can think of is all the pain that I caused, and that I wasn't really able to apologize to my victims personally. I mean, I did in a couple of different occasions, but I didn't even know if they were there. I would never recognize them. But I do know that I was sitting there on the floor wishing that I could do it all over again. And it was the worst feeling ever. You know, I was so helpless, and I wanted to hug my mama so bad and make amends for the things that I did, but I didn't think that was going to be possible. So I just laid myself there, and I positioned myself, and I said, well, how do you want them to find you? I spoke to my Lord, and I told him that I was ashamed of who I was, that he gave me a beautiful life, and I chose to ruin it and to ingest things that he never intended for me to be putting in my body. And the temple of God is within me, and I know it. And I was doing things that were wrong and harmful to myself and to others, most importantly to others. And I just told him that I was really sorry, and to please bless all the people that I ever wronged, and to please take care of my mama and my son. And, you know, that I was ready to be accountable for what I've done, regardless of what the outcome was with my Lord. And it was very obvious that he had plans for me. He knew that I was a leader. He knew that I had it in me to be a better man, a better son. And he just encouraged me to get up when I was ready to go. He gave me the strength to get up and crawl off the floor. And I went and drank a bunch of water. He put in my head, he said, drink a lot of water. And I drank as much water as I could. And it wasn't but a couple of minutes after that I had to use the restroom. And all of a sudden, all this greenish, white, milky stuff came out of me. I guess my kidneys were going bad. It was the drug really got me. And as soon as that came out of my body, I was able to breathe again, and the pain started going away. And I understood it for what it was, for another opportunity at life. And I swore to him and to my family that I will never squander that opportunity, that I will take it for what it is, the beautiful blessing that it is, and that I would do everything in my power to be the best man that I could. You know, I promised my mama, I promised my Lord, and that's what I've been doing, sir. Since then, I haven't touched anything. I haven't touched any drugs. I got into all the programs that I could when possible because of my time structure. I was not allowed at first, but I kept going to meetings and everything else. And I took smart recovery. I took chemical dependency. They heard me out. I asked them, I said, a person can relapse in here. I did it before. I said, hear me out. I'm not struggling right now with it. I just want to have all the tools available for me so that it never happens again. And this is how I explained myself to the man that was running the program. And he told me that he loved the fact that I was so insistent in pursuing that. And so he allowed me to be in the program. And I didn't only want that for myself. I've always been a mentor and a leader. And so I wanted it to help others too. The youngsters that come in that don't have the guidance. I've been working with all kinds of people, but I understood that if I couldn't help myself, I couldn't possibly help anyone else, no matter how much I wanted to. So I had to fix me. I had to fix me because all the education, all the certificates, and nothing in the world was going to help me unless I helped myself. I had to want this for myself. I had to want a better life. And that's what I chose for myself and for the sake of the people that I have wronged, my victims and my family, so that I don't cause any more suffering and I never go there again. And so I joined all the programs that I could and I chaired them. I got so much into it that I chaired the meetings and I mentor men all over this hill. I have the respect of my peers, of the staff. Everywhere I go, people are okay with Roger. They greet me, they appreciate me. I do the orientations here for all the newcomers. I do the orientations. Everything that I do. I told my family this. Everyone, my attorneys, everyone is aware of this, that everything I've ever done to better myself, I always dedicate these accomplishments to the people that I have wronged. I did it in 2014. I was able to do a video at a lifers conference. And I spoke of how I got into drugs from when I was a kid, how I graduated into harder drugs. And I explained how I got to the point where I was. And then I explained everything that I did about it. My schooling, my AA, all these things that I have joined. I explained those things so that they would understand how it is that I overcame all these demons, everything that was haunting me, that kept me from being the person that I should have always been, that God created me to be. And I dedicated all those achievements to them. I said, I do all this thinking of you, As for my personal care aid, men of compassion, I go up to the hospice floor and I care for these men because I made a promise to my Lord. I made a deal with him and I said, God, I can't be there for these people that I have wronged. And I can't be there for my mama. I can't be there for my pops that are not getting any younger. I can't be there for any of my siblings or my son that didn't know me at the time. He hadn't known his pops. He didn't know he had a dad. And I said, I can't be there for them. But I promise you that if you take care of mine and if you take care of them, I will take care of yours. I will take care of yours. I will take care of your sick. I will take care of the needy in any way, shape, or form that I can. I will dedicate my life to doing this while I'm here. I will not waste my time in prison feeling sorry for myself or for anybody else. I will do the best that I can with the tools that you've given me, Father, and the blessing. And so I dedicated many years. Some of it is on record. Many of those years are not, because back then I wasn't keeping track of things and I was just taking care of people. And I told them, I don't care what they're here for. I don't care what color, what race. It doesn't matter to me. Send them my way and I will take care of these men because I know that they need us. And I always think of this when I deal with people. I love people when they less deserve it because it's when they mostly need it, right? And that's what my family and all my friends have done for me, and I live by thinking, dig for the gold in people, not for the dirt. Don't judge. You were judged yourself, so I don't care what people are here for. My Counselor Hathaway, everyone who knows me here, they see me wheeling people around, taking them to their appointments, just caring for them, offering them a better quality of life. Through COVID, through everything, I was there. I ended up sick because I exposed myself. During quarantine time, I would come and bring them ice, hot water, warm up their meals, anything they needed. I did it. I did it because I cared, because that's what God would do. That's what Jesus would do. So I did it. I ended up sick. I still have lingering effects, but to me, it was worth it. You know, I will do it all over again if necessary. And I just want you all to know that every day, I'm proud of myself, of the things that I have done, and my self-esteem is just where it needs to be, you know, so much so that I'm proud of myself and I'm able to build other people, you know. Some broken men come into these places. I was broken. I had hit rock bottom, and I'm in a place in my life where I'm so proud of myself, and so many others are proud of myself. I have my own office here. I have translated the mentorship manuals from English to Spanish, the mentor manual and the mentee manual. And I go to orientations and I give personal testimony to all these men that are coming in here, and they can relate to me because of my suffering. They know my stories. They hear my stories from before, and they said, I remember that guy, but look at him go now, you know. And I tell them, if I can do it, you can do it. You know, I help them to get their priorities in order. I offer them all the resources available. I offer them to the mentorship program. I invite them to church, and I take them with me everywhere. I tell them, I won't invite you to a place that I won't see you there. You know, so everywhere they go, they see me mentoring, guiding, leading the services, and things like that. I do it because by me persevering, these men have hope. They know who the broken person that I was. I never have had a problem sharing everything, my crimes and everything. I always do so that other people can open up. And I teach them to own things, to be accountable. Because if they don't accept responsibility, they're never going to be able to move forward. And I teach them to forgive themselves. Because if you don't forgive yourself, you're going to be stuck. You're going to be stuck. You're going to be packing around all that weight, unnecessary weight, right? So I teach them those kind of things and everything else. You know, the institution calls on me when somebody's family member passes away. I come to their aid. They come and get me for my son. They say, Mr. Vasquez, we just had a call. We had a phone call. This is what happened. Would you be willing to speak to this man? I say, absolutely. And I do. And they trust me. And sometimes we cry together and we do what we have to do and we overcome and we move on. I've gone to the 4th floor hospital and they've called on me when people are on their deathbed. They say he has 1 or 2 days left. Will you speak to him? I said, absolutely. That's what I signed up for. And I speak to them and I help them come to God. They confess, they accept God, and they go peacefully. I've been able to do that, and that is the greatest honor I have ever had that my Lord trusted me with. He trusts me with these people who are ready to meet their maker, and they've done so peacefully, you know, so.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Do any of the board members have any questions of this witness? Raul?
Mr. Vasquez, once you, let's say you get out, obviously you probably won't have a nice office like you do there. You're probably going to be starting, you know, ground level work. So how are you going to deal with that as far as you don't have the reputation, right? They don't know you. They may treat you as a con.
Uh-huh.
So how are you going to deal with that? How are you not going to go back to drugs because you don't have that esteem that you have right now?
Right. Well, I'm going to carry my humble heart everywhere I go. That's the only heart that I have. From a rock hard heart to a humble heart, and proud of it. And anywhere I go, I don't care. I would scrub toilets. As long as I get to go home and be there for my parents that aren't getting any younger, for my son that doesn't know me because of my incarceration. I've seen him twice. I have a couple of pictures of him here. And he needs me out there. He loves me. He just doesn't know how to have a relationship with me. And I'm working with everything I have, with all my might, to get there. I promised him that I'd come home. I promised my parents, and I've done everything in my power that I can. So as for me not having an office, I'll work in the backyard. It doesn't matter where, sir. I'm not proud like that. I'm proud of who I have become. I'm very happy about that. But as for pride in wanting to be on top of everything all the time and directing things, it's okay with me. I'm willing to work my way up. I have a blessing from this former mayor and now representative who's going to hire me. She's going to pay for my housing, my essentials. She's got my back. And so many other people do financially and in every way possible, that I'm not worried about having to work my way up to the top, sir. I just want to be free and be able to contribute to society in a positive way. There's many people out there that know me from in here that look forward to me coming home and getting assistance from me and guidance in any way that they can.
Any other questions from any of the board members? Cheryl, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Vasquez, you've been sober for about 15 years, and you've participated in recovery programs while in prison to maintain it. If you are released, have you or your counsel looked into resources that are available for you to continue that sobriety and maintaining it?
Yes, so we will be taking care of that. I work together with my pastor, and they have a rehab center. They have all that. They have those things, right? And I know other people from here, from Skagit County, right? The sponsors that at any given moment, you know, as soon as I get out, I will be checking in with them and rejoining them, because they come here to WSR, and as soon as I get out, I will be meeting up with them and taking care of that. So absolutely, I will be totally responsible about that. And that's why I was putting myself in a halfway house at the House of Mercy, right? Because they have meetings there, and they have it's a faith-based program, so that's where I want to be, right? And it's close to work, so I would be able to ride a bike if I had to, walk, take the bus, whatever it takes. But I have guaranteed employment, and that's why I was putting myself there, so that I could go to my job at the dealership, car dealership. Yes.
Okay, and one other question. You've taken about 45 credits worth of classes to obtain your AA.
Yes.
Do you plan on continuing your education if you are released?
I plan on doing that. University Beyond Bars is working with me with that. They will be able to transfer my credits. They also wrote a letter for me in support, and because I've been a board member with them for many years and advocate for our prison population. I just signed up just this morning. I sent her, they offered us 2 classes now, because we were kind of stuck for a minute, right? Because of COVID, so we couldn't take classes, but they're going to offer us 2 of them. 2 classes this quarter, this semester, and they asked me if I wanted to take 2, and I jumped on it. I said absolutely, because I want to get whatever I can done here, right? And so I agreed to take 2 classes instead of 1. Yes.
Thank
but
you.
I do plan on pursuing.
Any other questions from the board members?
Yes, I do. Mr. Vasquez, it's very interesting to listen to your discussion about how you've helped other people. But, you know, this is a different world from when you went to prison.
Yes.
And today, it's not going to be that easy. I mean, if you were to be released early, you're going to have to basically find a place that you feel comfortable in, but you're going to have to work. You have to earn a living, and you have to resist any temptation. So I just hope that you are realistic. That I'm happy that you want to be closer to your family. It's sad that you haven't had a relationship with your son, but your sister seems to be very supportive, and your parents are still here, and they're looking forward. But my concern is that you have to have a sense of realism, because listening to the issue with the drugs in the prison, there are going to be drugs outside the prison, and it's all around. And I just hope that you learn from your own sort of history and the counsel that you've given to other people, because it's not going to be that easy. And if you were to fall down again, you're going to be back where you started. So
absolutely.
I just hope that all the support that you have, it's going to be realistic. because yes, everyone needs a second chance, but it's not that easy. And so just be realistic.
So I want you to understand something, ma'am, for everyone to know. As soon as I was told of this hearing, of the prosecutor supporting it, of all this big blessing, right? I swore I renewed my promise to my parents, and we were crying on the phone and thanking God, and we said a prayer. And in that prayer, I said, where two or more are gathered, our Father is there. I said, so my beautiful family, I said, I promise you that I will never, ever touch a drug again. And I meant it with all my heart, and I will continue to keep my promise forever. I swore to my Lord again. I renewed my promise to him. I said, Father, you're here, you're present with me. And this is what I intend to do for the rest of my life with your strength, with everything. There's been much of that stuff here. Nobody talks to me about it. They know better because they know what type of man I am. I swore that I would never touch a drug. I swore to my son. I swore to everybody. And I know the weight that I'm going to carry on my shoulders because people are counting me to do the right thing. They are counting me to go home and stay home. And if I ever volunteered to these places, I had told Ms. Wood, the associate superintendent, that I would come in as a volunteer through the mentorship program or through the church. I said, but that's the only way I'll ever come back into a prison. I made a promise and I've kept it, and I will keep it for the rest of my life. I do not need that stuff. I know
Any
how
other
much hurt it has caused.
Any other questions from the board? I have one, Mr. Vasquez. Your criminal history is horrendous. It began in 1988, all the way through your incarceration, all the way through May of 1999. You were, as I said before, a one-man crime spree. And I think that had you not been incarcerated, it would have continued up to this date. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I probably would be dead right now. You know, I'm blessed that I wasn't shot the day that I did what I did.
I think maybe that the prison, and even though you've spent almost 22 years now, has been what saved you from either dying of a drug overdose, being shot in a drug ripoff, and probably saved the community from another 20 years of criminal activity. Would you agree with that?
I agree with it 100%, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions from any of the board members? Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. You've been very, very honest with us. Counsel, do you have any more questions or any more witnesses? And if not, maybe a couple sentences of a summary, and we'll move on to the prosecutor.
Sure, just a short closing. Prosecutor Banks notes in his letter that, quote, the odyssey of Mr. Vasquez is one of extraordinary change. He is the rare, violent offender for whom the risk is worth the reward of the governor granting clemency. The board is correct about Mr. Vasquez and about how prison saved his life. Prison resulted in an extraordinary change in Mr. Vasquez. He received an extraordinary sentence of 46 and a quarter years, which was more than most murderers received, notwithstanding the fact that no shots were fired and no victims suffered great bodily harm. But undoubtedly, that was because of his long criminal history. But Roger Vasquez has served 22 years of that sentence. He has transformed his life in 5 important ways. He has been he's been free from substances for 15 years. His education, he has dedicated himself to serving the sick and disabled for 6 years. Roger has worked as a mentor for 8 years, and he has finally been worked to support his Christian ministry in the prison for almost a decade. If released, he has a job with Amy Wayland and a backup job. He has a clean and sober place to live and a backup clean and sober place to live with his family. He has strong family ties and a church network. In his letter in support of this petition, Mr. Banks explained that he had hoped that Roger's severe sentence would cause him to turn his life around. And Prosecutor Banks explains how his hopes were realized with Roger. Prosecutor Banks is right. Today, if you listen to the news, there are a lot of folks who think our prison system is failing. But that is not true with Rogelio Vasquez. Prison has turned Roger into a sober, educated, compassionate man of service. Roger Vasquez is now a good citizen. The people of the state of Washington do not need to imprison him for 2 more decades. During the 22 years that Roger has served in prison, the prison system has done its job. The system has worked. It has made a broken man whole. This is not a common thing. It's extraordinary. It's the type of extraordinary case which this board should recommend for clemency. And that is what we respectfully ask the board to do today. We ask that the board recommend clemency for Rogelio Vasquez.
Thank you, counsel. Any of the board members have any questions of either counsel for the petitioner or the petitioner? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close the petitioner's side of the testimony and open this up to the prosecutor and any victims. Although I think you probably quoted as much out of Mr. Banks' letter as there is in there. I say that not in jest, but I mean, you've been very, very frank. And sometimes we have folks that mischaracterize. So, Mr. Banks, you have, we've read your letter. We've seen your submission. We appreciate your participation, especially. We don't always get the prosecutors to take as much of an active role in these important cases. So I really commend you for that. But the floor is yours. If you want to spell your name for the court reporter and tell us what you'd want us to hear.
Certainly, and thank you, Chair McDevitt and members of the board. My name's Greg Banks. I'm the Island County Prosecutor, spelled Gregbanks, and I will try to keep my comments short. And as Chair McDevitt just noted, Mr. Kehoe has really read the bulk of my written submission into the record, so I won't be discussing it, at least I won't make any references to it beyond this. I do apologize for its late submission. There was some scheduling issues, and I just got it in Tuesday, so I'm glad to hear you did have an opportunity to review it. And excuse me, just to address one thing before I get to my short prepared remarks. One of the reasons that I got as involved as I did, and there are several, was Mr. Vasquez also petitioned for resentencing under a new statute that was passed that allowed prosecutors to bring felons before Superior Court for resentencing if the sentence that they received no longer served the interest of justice. We declined that request by Mr. Vasquez and his counsel, but the reasons were more legal than any thing having to do with Mr. Vasquez or the presentation made by his counsel. And I think that is just owing to a flaw in the way that law was drafted, at least based on what it appears the legislature intended for it to do. But so we had ample opportunity to review both the history of the case in my office and the submission by counsel. And so I have had a pretty good opportunity to prepare for this. The one thing I wasn't able to do before this hearing was to meet with Mr. Vasquez, which I would have appreciated. And I can tell you that during this hearing, through the magic of Zoom, I was able to pin Mr. Vasquez's video frame. So it was the large scale frame of the entire presentation, because I wanted to keep a bit of an eye on him even before the presentation started. And the reason I did that is I still remember you, Mr. Vasquez, in court in 1998. You were a frightening presence to me and many in our community. And I actually remember you well. And your face conveyed a tortured and frankly, a mean person. And no one gave it a second thought that you were getting an exceptionally long sentence in 1998. You were a dangerous menace in Island County back then. And, you know, we may never know, you may never know what was going through your mind when you pointed Officer Gavin's gun at him and why you didn't or were unable to pull the trigger. Officer Gavin speculated that it was operator error, that you didn't know how to take the safe off the gun. And that may well have been the luckiest moment in both Frank Gavin's life and in your life, because but for that failure to pull the trigger, we would not be here today. Well, I certainly would not be here today, or if I were, it would not be with the recommendation I'm making. So chalk that up to good luck. And instead, I'm here in support of, at least partially in support of your request for commutation. And let me just be clear and to steal a phrase from Ronald Reagan, I believe the state should trust but verify with Mr. Vasquez. That doesn't take away anything, Mr. Vasquez, from what you have accomplished. And I do think it's extraordinary. But I am a prosecutor, and this board has to be concerned about the safety. And several of the members have pointed out to you that things are different on the outside. Temptations will be more prevalent. Things will be in your face. And you will have to have the strength to turn them down. And for that reason, I believe that if commutation is granted, it should be conditional, meaning the state DOC should monitor your compliance with certain conditions, and that if you violate them, you will have to serve out the remainder of the 46-year sentence. That would be my recommendation. I'll wrap up here. You know, this was a difficult case, well, for the reasons I covered in my memo. Also, you know, no victims responded to our outreach. Sadly, Frank Gavin and Ms. Denson have passed away. Others just didn't reply to us, and some we were unable to find. And then COVID, of course, complicates everything. But I feel like I know enough to make the recommendation I'm making on behalf of my office. And the two things I'll just sum up that convinced me is one, that Mr. Vasquez received a sentence of over 46 years in a non-homicide offense, and two, that as you've heard today, members of the board, as you've heard from Mr. Vasquez's witnesses, and as you've seen from reading the numerous letters from DOC staff, educators, business people in the community, even a state legislator, you know, if Mr. Vasquez is a con man, well, he's a darn good one, because such an array of people with different backgrounds all seem to agree that he has made an extraordinary transformation as a man. With that, I won't belabor the points that were already made, I think, more articulately and passionately than I may know. And so I'll answer questions if you have them. Otherwise, I will gladly leave the board to its important work.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Thank you very, very much. And thank you for responding at the last minute as you did. Any of the board members have any questions of the prosecutor?
No, I just want to make a comment. I really appreciate your letter. You did an awesome job, and thank you for sitting through the whole board meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, agreed.
I want to say I was glad to sit through this. This was one of the most interesting hearings of this sort I've ever witnessed. So thank you for allowing me to.
Well, you see why we get paid so much to do this. Evelyn, Cheryl, any questions of the prosecutor? Jennifer, do we have any, I don't think we have any victims or victim family members.
No.
Okay.
Chair McDevitt, who's on the phone? There's a phone, somebody on the phone. Who's on?
It's Chrissy.
Oh, Chrissy's on the phone? Oh, okay.
No, that's DOC.
Yep, DOC's on the phone.
DOC, okay, thank you.
Department of Corrections. Okay, unless any of the board members have any questions of counsel or of the prosecuting attorney, I'm going to close the testimony and open it up for discussion. So discuss away, board. And don't all jump at once.
I make a motion that we grant the petition, but again, like the prosecutor said, I definitely want it to be conditional. I would want to make sure we have a drug testing, and then I think it needs to be transitioned, and I would leave that up to DOC on that one. I am impressed on all the letters, all the different people, and your testimony, Mr. Vasquez. So I make a motion conditional.
Cheryl?
I second that motion. Mr. Vasquez, I am impressed with the change that has occurred in you and for you. One of the purposes of prison is rehabilitation, and it doesn't always happen. Sometimes a large percentage of the time it doesn't happen, but in your case it has. And it made me look up the definition of rehabilitation, and it says it's the process of returning to a healthy or good way of life. And after hearing from your sister, it sounds like you started off with a good and healthy life, and then somehow or another went down a different path, and now you're trying to get back to that good and healthy life. And rehabilitation is an ongoing process, and I believe that you will continue that no matter what the outcome of this hearing. But in my opinion, that process should continue outside of prison. So therefore, I second the motion.
Any comments, Evelyn? And I will second the motion as well. I do agree. I find a couple things extraordinary. Number one, it's extraordinary that the prosecutor would weigh in. I find that because every time we take an action on these petitions, or every time a prosecutor takes a position, you really put your reputation on the line. We put our reputation on the line. And so to me, that's important. That tells me that the support from the prosecutor is sincere, that Mr. Vasquez is sincere, that all of those who testified and who have written letters are sincere. I also would agree that the sentence received because of the firearm enhancements was extraordinary, well beyond the normal for even a violent crime. And there were, even though there was some violence here, luckily, as Mr. Banks points out, for whatever reason, this didn't turn out to be a homicide, because we wouldn't be here, or at least we wouldn't be considering, I don't think, a commutation if it was. I'm impressed, Mr. Vasquez, with your sincerity. I'm impressed with your reentry plan. That is, as Board Member Jensen points out, it's a different world. You step out of prison, you better have a place to work. You better have a place to stay, because there are drugs all over the street. Everywhere you look, there are temptations, and you're going to find that. But you know that any kind of, the governor grants a commutation, it's conditional by its own nature. And that means that if you step out of line, you're back right where you are with very little due process, just back where you are. So you need to keep that in mind. You also need to keep in mind that however this board votes, it's merely a recommendation, and the governor has the final say. So having said that, I would support the motion with the conditions that we follow the Department of Corrections staged. I think it's a It's probably an 18-month custody, minimum custody, ultimate exit from prison, and as well as drug testing and whatever restrictions or conditions the Department of Corrections puts on the release plan, if that's okay with Raul and with Cheryl.
Yes, hey, Chair, I'd like to add one more thing for the record. I think it's very important that the prosecutor, we just read, all we understand from Mr. Vasquez is what we read about him and, in the hearings, but for the prosecutor to actually know him, actually seen him and still recommend that, to me, that carried a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to grant the petition for commutation with the conditions in the discretion of the Department of Corrections, with the conditions that they impose, which would include a gradual transition, drug testing, and such other supervision as they deem necessary. All those in favor, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, it's 4-0 to grant the petition. Mr. Vasquez, thank you very, very much. And I want to stress to you the importance that if the governor grants this petition, we're not perfect and you're not perfect. And unfortunately, we have seen over the winter months, I think December and January, 3 individuals that this board granted a petition for commutation, and 3 individuals who violated the conditions and are right back where you are because of that. So I want you to understand we're putting a lot of faith in you, and your freedom and our credibility is on the line. So thank you very, very much. Unless there's anything else, I'm going to close the testimony. And what does the board want for a lunch break? Give me an idea.
Jim, can we move on to the pardon and then break after that? Because we have one of the speakers is on a lunch break. She's a teacher.
If that's okay with the board.
Wait.
Yes, that works for me.
Your petitioner's raising his hand to talk.
Just real quick. Thank you, Greg Banks. Thank you, board members. I won't let you down, I promise.
Okay, we're counting on you.
You'll be proud of me. You'll be hearing things about me. And I make myself available to the prosecutor for motivational speeches, and anything that you can use me when I get out, I make myself available to you, I promise. Thank you, guys. All
right, let's take 3 minutes for a stretch break. And at 5 of, we'll start, if the board is okay with that, at 5 of, we'll start with the pardon. Mr. Banks, thank you. Counsel, a very good job. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you all. So long.
Thank you.
for the petitioner. Oh, there it is. Let's get his camera going. Mr. Sheridan, did you want me to bring your daughter in first?
Actually, I think we have time. If it's okay, I'd like to go ahead and make my statement first and then have Jamie follow.
Okay, they're finishing up on a quick break and then we'll start.
All right, thanks.
Okay, I think we've got everybody here. And we'll resume the June 11th, 2021 Clemency and Pardons Board hearings. And we'll now hear the petition for pardon by Mr. Philip Sheridan. We'll start with council's presentation. So, or actually with Mr. Sheridan, I think you're pro se.
That's correct.
So you go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Philip Sheridan, PHILIP SHERIDAN. Members of the board, first, I want to thank you immensely for this opportunity to be heard. I'm a grateful recovering addict who sits before you today and grateful to even be alive. By all accounts, I shouldn't be here and experiencing a quality of life that I didn't believe I even deserved. Before 2008, when I made the first of, as my daughter so succinctly put it, many terrible choices, I never thought I'd have put a syringe full of meth into my arm. Never thought I'd become a liar, cheat, and thief in order to get high. Never thought I'd be a criminal with a handful of felonies and misdemeanors on my record. Never thought I'd steal or possess things I knew weren't mine and try to minimize the trauma it would cause the victims involved. Never thought I'd have gotten so stuck in that life that I wanted to end my own. I never thought that I'd completely destroy the relationships with family and friends, and especially with my daughters. Never thought I'd be homeless, jobless, penniless, and without any real personal possessions other than the clothes on my back. Never thought I'd have to fight the fight of my life to go back to a career that I love. But I sit before you today asking for you to remove the last barrier to my employment as a mortgage originator, and again, and grateful that I've been allowed this chance. I can't look back at the years before I used meth and place blame. As the proverb says, curiosity killed the cat, and it almost killed me. I grew up in a dysfunctional family, a child of an alcoholic, but life wasn't bad. There were lots of great times and memories surrounding things like camping, fishing, and hunting. As the oldest of 3 children, I was very close to my father, and we spent a lot of time on adventures as I got older. But as his alcoholism progressed, it fell to me, so I thought, to shoulder some of the burden of providing for the family. At the time, I didn't mind. I'd always been a go-getter, starting to earn a wage at 9 years old, selling newspapers, raising poultry, or finding out the best way to go clamming, crabbing, and fishing all in the same day. In my 8th grade year, we moved to the country where I graduated in a class of 20 kids. Then with my father's alcoholism progressing further, I moved out at 17, married at 18, and joined the United States Air Force, where I served our country for 4 years, and my daughters were born during that time. I love being a father and seeing these bright young faces, learning and growing into the amazing women they are today. While I was away, my parents divorced, and my father died, almost died again because of his alcoholism. But about the time I was discharged, he was able to, with the help of someone else in recovery, stop drinking and never went back. After my honorable discharge in 1985, I took the education benefits I'd earned and spent 5 years in college working at UPS and trying to be a good husband and father. It was tough, but we made it, and in 1990 left Eugene for good and moved to Vancouver, Washington. I worked for one of the largest CPA firms in the world, Deloitte & Touche, as an auditor, but after being out of town for over half a year, left them in 1993 to be a mortgage loan officer. This was a huge change for me, as I'd always known about how much I would make, had a budget for that year planned out, and the thought of a commissioned position scared me. But I was assured I had the talent to be successful, and over the next 15 years, overcame my initial fear, and by 2005, I was the top originator in the county. I had gone through a divorce from my girl's mother in 1998, but we were amicable, and my daughters were able to go through the same school district from the time we moved to Vancouver until they graduated high school. Like I had experienced as a child, my girls were taken camping, fishing, and it was even more fun with their grandpa, now sober, with us. I remarried but divorced in early 2008, still unaware of the years of chaos and harm, both to myself and others, that lay before me. After that, I lived for a time in Portland, Oregon, in a much larger home than I needed, and life was pretty good. One of the things that I loved was singing karaoke, and I went out often to sing. On one of my outings, I met someone who I seemed to click with, and we left the club together. She told me she had an addiction to meth, but was clean. In my ignorance, I thought, well, that's good, nothing to worry about. But over the next few months, it became clear her struggle continued, and she disappeared for a few days at a time, come back looking beaten down, and would sleep for a few days. Since I'd never had any issues like that, I became curious. I started reading about the drug, meth, and decided that I should try it so I could understand what the pull was for my girlfriend. In my ignorance, I not only convinced her to let me try it, I informed her that I wanted to do it the same way she did, with a syringe. I wasn't aware at the time that she was hoping I'd do exactly what I did, get hooked and then be a ready supply for her, and I did an amount that should have killed me. I was 45 at the time. It scared the heck out of me, and it was almost a month before I tried it again. With my now knowledge of the drug, I told myself it was something I could do on the weekend, and since I still had my mortgage job, I hadn't yet begun to experience the loss that came later. But eventually, what was at first on the weekend became a Thursday thing, then soon it was every couple of days. I had to give up my home in Portland and move to an apartment in Vancouver after having just married the woman who introduced me to this drug. I tried to get clean and would for a time succeed, but 2 addicts in a home is next to impossible unless both are willing to stay clean, and before long, my income dropped both from my drug use and in the aftermath of the Great Recession of 2008. I was absent more and more from work and on the verge of losing my job, but I kept just enough of myself to stay employed, and this continued until my first criminal charge in 2010, malicious mischief, DV. Because of that charge, I lost my job, but was able to find another one as a mortgage broker. I'd rented an apartment, had it fully furnished, but with the DV charge came a no contact order, and when I received the call from my estranged wife, I took the call, and before I knew it, I'd let her into the home thinking this time will be better. In a matter of days, we were both getting high, and not long after, in a drug-induced argument, the police were in my home once again, and this time, I left in handcuffs for violation of a no contact order.
Excuse me, Mr. Sheridan, can you slow down just a little bit because we have a court reporter?
I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. This is...
Yeah, I know, that's fine. Just slow down a little bit.
The other thing too, Mr. Sheridan, I want you to be able to continue, but do we have a witness who's got a time crunch?
Yes, we're still okay, Board Member Devitt.
Okay, I want to make sure we don't lose her. So go ahead.
Thank you. After getting released from jail, I entered treatment for substance abuse while my wife systematically gave away or sold the contents of the apartment, and I was on the verge of being evicted. I was out of work for a short time, living in a house, and had been able to get the no contact order dropped. So when the call came, I picked up. It seemed like things were on the mend. There was an attempt to reconcile and a change of location to Hermiston, Oregon, which was unsuccessful. My life was unmanageable, but I was too blind to see it. I came back to Vancouver, Washington, found someone who'd rent to me, and at the time was clean. I finalized a divorce in early 2011, and it was around that time that I'd met Gabe Terrison. He hired me, and eventually my addiction took control, and I started using all the time. Had people in my home where we'd be up for days, and I was soon facing another eviction. It took some time before I had to move, and by the time I was evicted by the sheriff, my apartment was raided, and it was then that Gabe terminated my employment in June 2013 because I'd received my first felony, PCS meth. My addiction was now in full control of my life. I was using constantly and had pretty much destroyed my relationship with my daughters, lost my job, and had to struggle to even rent a room. I was effectively homeless. The people who rented the room to me kicked me out shortly after because I had been using in the home, so I would end up spending most of my time with my dealer, and I became his lackey, driving him around so he could get drugs, spending nights in various hotels to use meth, and this chaos continued. But I was able to keep getting high, and when I called my mom on my 50th birthday to let her know I was staying under a bridge in Portland, I tried to reassure her that it was like camping because I was in a tent. I lived like this, couch surfing or sleeping in a car, until about October 2013. A friend took pity on me and let me stay at her home as she was living with her boyfriend and the home was going back to the bank. I somehow convinced my daughter to cover the outstanding utility bill to get the water back on, and it was back to using for me. But now I was involved with people who didn't think twice about things like stealing a motor vehicle. And since I had not been allowed to drive my daughter's car anymore, I was only too glad to accept a vehicle that had been sold by one of my friends, and I was now driving, blind to the fact of the pain and trauma I was causing to the owner of the vehicle. I kept the vehicle at a house I was at, kept it clean and operating properly, telling myself it was okay. On January 29, 2014, I was arrested with the stolen vehicle in my possession and went back to jail. I was bailed out and went back to the house, and with this new level of chaos came a new level of friends. I had to do more and more in order to get high, which included more criminal activity, culminating in my final arrest in Clark County on February 23, 2014. By this time, I was ready to quit, but I didn't know how or believe I'd be able to. Thankfully, and without knowing it, with that arrest, law enforcement saved my life. I thought I'd be able to get bailed out, but when the judge overruled the prosecution's bail recommendation of $75,000 and raised it to $200,000, stating, "Let's see if anyone is stupid enough to get him out," and my defense attorney stated to me afterwards, "Mr. Sheridan, you are a one-man crime spree," I realized I needed to do something, and it was at that time I asked to opt into Clark County Therapeutic Court, aka drug court. I spent almost a month in jail until I was released into the program. My daughter let me stay with her while I interviewed with Oxford houses and was accepted into one within a week. She informed me then that if she received another call from me in jail, she wasn't going to pick up the phone. She was done unless I could actually do something better with my life. By this time, I had forgotten how to do basic things like pay bills, hold a job, things that were ingrained in me from prior years. I was truly at my bottom, and as my late father said, to stay clean, you only have to change one thing: everything. I'd had a sponsor who was patient with me and let me find the bottom I needed, hoping I didn't die before I got there. Now, opting into drug court, living in an Oxford house, and beginning outpatient treatment with the VA, my sponsor was there to help me build a program of recovery. One of the best things he ever said to me was, "The only way to keep what we have is to give freely that which was given to us." That statement is a value that I hold very, very close today. For the first time in years, I had structure and accountability, having random UAs with not only my Oxford house, but also with drug court and the VA. I grabbed onto this chance and was able to successfully turn away from this deadly lifestyle, living with a group of men where we kept each other in the center and out of harm's way. I was assigned a mentor in drug court who helped me navigate the program as he had before.
Mr. Sheridan, can you still slow down?
Sorry. I worked with my sponsor and support groups to work through the harm I've not only done to people around me, but also to myself. I worked at a felony-friendly call center briefly before becoming a mystery shopper and was able to earn just enough to pay my bills. It felt so good doing something so basic like working, and as I did so, I began to remember who I was before meth took me down the rabbit hole. While my eldest daughter Jill was still quite estranged, my younger daughter Jamie began being more involved in my life, and I was grateful beyond words. I developed healthy relationships with the men in my house, and a couple of months after being there was voted as the house treasurer, a trust position which allowed me to pay the bills for the house and manage their finances. I built a work relationship with the owner of the Oxford House, and he allowed me to do some of the minor repairs, which was great therapy for me and helped him too. I felt human again, and it felt great. I was doing well in drug court, but life happens with or without our permission. And about 9 months into my drug court program, I had some old wreckage in the form of an Oregon warrant that needed to be cleared. I was taken into custody for the last time and spent 11 days in the Clackamas County Jail facing a felony theft charge, which occurred some months before I had opted into drug court. But instead of feeling beaten down and broken, I simply faced the charge, and because of my participation in drug court, the court in Oregon showed leniency, and soon I was back home. This is relevant because when Clark County took me into custody, I reached out to my daughter, Jamie, who, months before, told me she would not take another call from me in jail. But because I'd been doing so well, her husband advocated, and she picked up to find out what had happened. Grateful, I let her know that she was there to pick me up when I was released. I was then back to my drug court participation and entering the final phase of that program. I'd also been working steps of recovery and dealing with my sponsor and in group therapy with the emotions, guilt, and remorse over the things I'd done. As I began to feel stronger and more confident, my old boss reconnected with me, and I was able to tell him how good things were going for me. He asked me to help him with some side projects, which I was grateful to help with, not really knowing he was vetting me to get a feel for whether I might be worth bringing back to the mortgage industry. I graduated drug court in the minimum time, 1 year, and shortly before I graduated, I was then asked if I'd be willing to come back, not as an originator, but as a transaction coordinator. I jumped at the opportunity, as any other company would have flat said no. I met with the company owner, Stan Berkey, and was given a trial period to see what kind of person I was now. Shortly after graduation, I was able to secure housing, renting from a private party, and was able to receive assistance from Vancouver Housing Authority and the VA so I could afford the rent. Going from homeless to having my own place again was an amazing feeling. And once I went back to work for Gabe, I was able to get a loan to pay off my LFOs and also was able to obtain financing for a used automobile, which I still have today, paid off. I had met my current wife, Andrea, a couple of months before graduation. In October 2019, we married. Married life has its challenges, but we push each other to grow and be better, not just together and as individuals, but also to help improve the world around us. We have converted a large portion of the city lot we live into garden space, had our home converted to solar in 2020, and are taking classes to become beekeepers next spring. As my wife is a native of Nebraska, it's thrilling for me to have been able to take her fishing on the river and ocean, camping and foraging for edible mushrooms, and experience the joy of simple yet meaningful things. She was a huge help in caring for my father, who absolutely adored her, and has been very supportive of me in my work and with drug court, often attending with me. I'm blessed to have found someone to share my life with and have so many similar healthy interests. Shortly after graduating, I was nominated for and appointed to a 1-year volunteer position with the Clark County Substance Abuse Advisory Board, and was also beginning to work with drug court as a peer mentor. I had turned away from the people, places, and things from my using past. My work with drug court is and continues to be foundational to my continued recovery. As I continued to work for Gabe, some of the clients I had spent years helping, excuse me, sorry, lighting off the shut-off, and building trust with, located me. And while I wasn't their originator now, it was clear that I might be able to eventually get back to that position. Gabe and I laid out a game plan to get my credit cleaned up, and in 2017, I was able to use my VA entitlement to purchase a 4-plex home, which I live in with my wife and rent the other 3 units out. We also had looked at the laws surrounding mortgage originator licensing, and it appeared that I'd be able to apply 7 years after my conviction. I put a date of March 2021 on my wall and worked hard as both a transaction coordinator and loan processor, believing it was only a matter of time before I could apply for my license. I excelled in these roles and had until I left in October 2020 to care for my father in our home, built a national reputation with the lenders we worked with, and was known for my integrity and quality of work. After losing that while in my active addiction, it was a huge confidence boost. In November 2019, I successfully petitioned Clackamas County to reduce the felony theft conviction to a misdemeanor. I've been involved now in the drug court program as a mentor for 4 years and had the support of members of the team for that hearing. Over the Clackamas County prosecutor's objection, the judge granted the reduction. I was beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. In February 2020, I was granted my right to possess firearms, and the judge happened to be the drug court judge who sentenced me at the time. It felt good to be recognized by an officer of the court without being in custody and for something positive. I was able to give Judge Gonzalez an update on my life, which I had tried to do when he was still the drug court judge, and walked out of the courtroom with the ability to bear arms again. Then, in March 2020, I was able to successfully vacate all but one felony, the charge I'm currently seeking a pardon for, and a misdemeanor that I'll have to wait a bit longer to vacate. After the years of horrible choices, chaos, and harm I created and inflicted, I was enjoying the benefits that come with good, healthy choices. My parents were proud of me again, and my dad and I, along with my wife, were able to go fishing again. My father took ill in September 2020 and nearly died then, never going back to live in Eugene. I tried for a bit to continue working, but it was soon clear his needs were much more than I could do while working, so I left my employer, with their blessing, to care for my father until his passing in February 2021. It seems that my family extended beyond those of my birth to the people around me, and I've been blessed to have such support for my recovery. I continue to work toward the goal of obtaining my mortgage originator's license, passing the exam, and completing my coursework while being at home with my dad. I was grateful for this time together, even with the extra stress and exhaustion that comes with being a 24/7 caregiver. We made some amazing memories, and I felt like a living amends was made that made up for at least some of the grief and pain I'd caused before he passed. My father passed on February 2nd and died knowing his son was in recovery and believing I was about to get my career back. And while the grief is difficult, I have so many good memories, both past and recent, it helps make it bearable. I stayed on task, applying for my originator's license one day past the 7 years I believed was all I needed. Things were progressing well until I received a notification from the Washington regulator that because of the nature of the felony B, possession of a stolen motor vehicle, I would be unable to obtain my license regardless of how long it had been. Knowing that meant waiting another 3 years before I'd be eligible to vacate that charge, I began the process of petitioning for the pardon I'm now requesting. I had looked at other possible avenues other than a pardon, such as felony reduction or discretionary resentencing for relief, but there currently isn't one. Since my graduation, the sentencing guidelines have changed significantly through the hard work and advocacy of Greg Harvey, the drug court prosecutor. When I graduated, if a participant had one felony, it was possible to have it dismissed at graduation. Today, a participant is eligible to have all of their felony charges dismissed. It is this change which I believe presents a unique circumstance relevant to my petition. I know that I might not ever be able to fully make amends for all the harm I've done or what possible health effects I might suffer from my use of meth. I would change it all if I could and not succumb to the curiosity that almost killed me, but I cannot. I'm truly sorry for all the harm I've done and can only ask for forgiveness from the victim in this case, Stanley Morgan, give back to the community for as long as my health permits, and try to help by mentoring others. When I put this petition together, I don't know if you can understand how grateful I am for the support that was given freely, not only from the drug court team, the county prosecutor, and my sentencing judge, but my employer and my daughter. I bring up my daughter here as she's had the longest period of knowing me, and she's been brutally honest with her letter of support. I started crying at the thought of the pain I'd caused, and that extended to others who were in my path at the time. Thankful that all that is past, I'm looking forward to a future one day at a time, and trying my level best to be the best man, father, husband, and grandfather I can be. If granted the pardon, I'll be able to return to the career I love, and the nature of the work will give me the flexibility with my schedule to be more involved in the community, drug court, and my family. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Any of the board members have any questions before we proceed with his witnesses? We can, of course, we can wait. We can hold any questions until after he's presented the witnesses. Go ahead and call your first witness, Mr. Sheridan.
All right. If it pleases the board, I'd like to call Jamie Anderson as my first witness.
Okay.
Ms. Anderson, can you unmute your microphone? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Ms. Anderson, go ahead and state your name, spell it for the court reporter, and tell us what you want us to hear.
My name is Jamie Anderson, JamieAnderson. Thank you for postponing your guys' lunch break in order to accommodate mine. It was by fortune's favor that I was able to be here on behalf of my father today. He asked me to write him a letter of support back when he first petitioned for his pardon, and I quickly obliged. I wanted to do everything I could to help support him. He wants to get back to his career, the career he had almost the entire time I was growing up, and I wanted to do everything I could to support him in that. When he asked if I would be willing to speak at his hearing, I had to do something I'm not very good at with him, and that's setting boundaries. As you'll hear in a bit, I've never been very good at setting boundaries with my father. And the first thing I told him was, I would love to speak for you, but it depends on when. And it depends on my schedule. And it depends on where it fits into my life, because I cannot put my life on hold for you right now. I'm an elementary school teacher. I have been an elementary school teacher for 7 years now. And it has been a wild year. And the last thing I wanted to do was take a day away from my students. So when he said it was on a Friday and it happened to fall during my lunch break, I said I would be there for him. So I have a bit of time, enough to speak, and then I'll probably have to say goodbye to you all. But I just wanted to let you know about my experience with my father before and leading up to his time with his addiction to meth. He's never been perfect. Nobody ever is. He made plenty of mistakes when we were growing up. But I never questioned whether or not he loved me. I never questioned whether or not he loved my older sister. And I still don't question whether he ever loved us, even when he was struggling. Right before his addiction began, I left a very, very toxic relationship, and he opened his home to me. I moved in with him. I hadn't lived with him since I had been a child. And he helped me through the depression that followed for myself. When I was ready to find joy in life again, he helped me find that joy. He was like a cool dad. He would take me out. I also had a love for singing and doing karaoke. And so he included me in that part of his life, and he helped me learn that it was okay to live again on my own. I eventually moved to that home in Portland that he eventually lost with him. And it was during this time that he did start dating a woman, and I started to notice some changes in his personality. Most striking was one night he and I got into an argument. I could not tell you what it was about at this point. It was so many years ago. And he stepped toward me in a way that felt aggressive, that I actually thought he was going to hit me. And I want you to know, first of all, he did not hit me that night. And even when I was a child, that was never a form of punishment for myself or my sister. And so to feel unsafe around my father for the first time, that's when I realized something had changed. And I decided it was time for me to leave, and I moved back in with my mother. My older sister later told me that Dad had confided in her that he had tried meth recently. And so these changes that I was starting to notice, where my dad wasn't still my dad, that was the catalyst to that change. After I moved out from his home, I did not have much contact with him. He had now married this woman who introduced him to meth. And we got to learn that by Facebook, because who doesn't love finding out their dad got remarried through social media? And I wasn't aware that at this point his meth use had become, like he said, a more regular event. It couldn't just be a weekend activity. It has now become a weekday activity for him. He lost that home in Portland. He moved into a rundown little apartment in downtown Vancouver. And then he started racking up a criminal history, starting with those DV arrests, violating no contact orders. And that was when I started to see the phone number from the Clark County Correctional Facility show up on my phone. And I didn't quite learn not to pick it up when he called me. In 2012, my mother was diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer. And I was finishing my college degree at WSU Vancouver. And I became her primary caretaker at home. I couldn't focus my time on my father and knowing that he was working himself to a slow death. I had my mom to worry about. I had my time left because we didn't know how long we had with her. We ended up losing her about a year later. And that's when I started welcoming my dad back into my life, because at this point he was the only parent I had. And while he was not the ideal parent to have, he was all I had. So I was going to make do with what I had. I wanted to save him. And I really, truly thought, and I realize it's not true now, I really, really thought if I loved him hard enough, that he would choose that that was enough. That I felt like my love could overpower all of that. Instead, all I did was enable him. I enabled him financially. He did eventually pay me back financially for everything I had let him borrow over those years, but all I did was make it worse, because I figured it was better for him to be living the way he was living, but at least he was contacting me when he needed something, so that I knew he was still alive. I didn't want to lose both my parents that same year. Between the years of 2013 and 14, a lot of stuff changed. Dad started picking up felony charges instead. He got some more misdemeanors. I graduated with my master's degree. I got married. And then what I had been waiting for finally happened, is that my dad got clean in early 2014. And that is all thanks to the Clark County Sheriff's Office. Like he said, if he hadn't gotten picked up and he hadn't had the opportunity to opt into drug court, he would probably be dead by now. I don't have a lot of doubt about that. But he finally hit the bottom he needed to. And when he was ready to accept the help, I was there for him. He moved in with me for a short period of time. And I, took him to Value Village, because he literally left with the clothes he had on his back. He didn't get to take very much stuff with him when he had originally been evicted. And so it was whatever I could carry and whatever he was wearing. I helped him get back on his feet, and he did all the work that he needed to do. We got him into Oxford housing. And at that point, I drew the line that I had never been good at drawing. And I told him that if he screwed this up, he would lose me. And maybe more importantly for him, he would lose any future grandchildren. I knew I was going to be starting a family soon, and I knew that that was a bargaining chip that he really, really wanted to get. And so I told him that he was going to lose it all if he screwed this up for himself again. And I watched him as he healed himself mentally. There were a lot of emotional things he needed to fix. The physical changes that his body went through as he recovered from meth addiction, and also the mental changes. I could only imagine what his brain looked like when he stopped using meth. I don't even want to know, but it wasn't easy to watch him, but it was worth it to watch him change and grow and heal. I should have let him go a long time ago. I think if I was put in that position again ever, I would. But he got to show up to the hospital when I gave birth to my daughter. He's the one and only granddaughter. I didn't invite him to the hospital, but he heard his youngest daughter was giving birth, and so he showed up. And I got to see him hold her when she was born. And I've gotten to heal my relationship with him. And almost more importantly, I've gotten to watch him heal his relationship with my older sister. She's like really, really good at setting boundaries with people. And she set some really hard boundaries with him a long time ago, and she has held those, but they have started to heal, even though it's taken longer. When he took time off to be a full-time caretaker for my grandfather before he passed, it actually gave my father and I another opportunity to bond, because I had also experienced being a caregiver for my own mother, and it's a very specific kind of heaviness that brings. And I was able to be there for him in a different way that he had never experienced losing a parent before. So I got to kind of help mentor him through that. He is not perfect, but he has come so far. And that's something I look at every day when I'm in the classroom is I look for growth and I look for change. And I look for perseverance in students, and I look for their grit, and I want to see that they can make those changes. And I don't know exactly what you are wanting to hear about his situation, about why his case is so special. But what I see is that he has made the growth. He has rehabilitated himself. He hasn't done it by himself, but he has had a team of people around him. And it's had people on that team that he probably shouldn't have had on his team. His boss, Gabe, probably should have also kicked him to the curb a long time ago and not welcomed him back, but he did. His family did. He's had great support in the drug court system. He continues to have great support in the drug court system. And one of the reasons why I don't think it would be a mistake for him to receive this pardon is that he was not a lifelong addict. He made a very, very bad series of mistakes, and he did not have a history of criminal behavior prior to this addiction in his life. I don't think that he wouldn't fall back into it just because he has so much to lose at this point. I honestly just don't think that that type of lifestyle would fit him anymore. He is very boring now. He's become an avid gardener. He took up knitting. That was like his activity when he first entered recovery, was knitting, and he got really good at it. I mean, he knit my daughter like a twin-sized blanket, and it is incredible that I won't even let her use it because it's so nicely done and precious. I just think that his lifestyle wouldn't allow him to make those choices again. I introduced him to some home canning last summer to go along with his gardening. He got to go back to being the country boy he's always been at heart. He wants to be a big time city business boy, but he's not, he's a country boy. He got to get back into that with his fishing and being outdoors, especially with my grandfather, the time he had left with him. His wife, Andrea, now loves that as well. And he's just made choices in his life that are benefiting not just himself, they're benefiting the people around him. He loves being a drug court mentor. He loves being able to have a positive relationship with the people involved in that. He loved being able to bring all of those 40-something years of experience of his life into the Oxford house with these men who were just babies starting out. And he could teach them how to fix a toilet, and he could teach them how to do these things that they probably never had a role model to teach them how to do. He loves the life he has now. And so I don't see him screwing that up again. The one thing he doesn't have is he doesn't have the ability to get back into his career that he held for several years, which he can get back into. That spot's waiting there for him. He has been planning this return for so many years that all he needs is this one pardon, and he can have that last piece back. And it's just going to be more productive for him to be able to be in that career. He wants to get back to that level of not just the work, because he thrives in that environment. I don't understand why. I find the mortgage business extremely boring, but he loves it. He loves the organization. He loves the fast-paced lifestyle of it. He loves being able to just like churn out file after file after file and being the best at what he's doing. And he can do that. And he's been ready to do that for the last 7 years. He just has this one last hurdle to get through. He made a lot of damage. He caused a lot of damage. He hurt people closest to him. He obviously affected the people with his crimes towards them. He took responsibility. He took every step and then some that he needed to in order to rehabilitate himself. And he is not the same person now that he was when he first started using. He is not in the same place in his life, and he does not want to ever go back and make those mistakes again. I really thank you for your time. I really do appreciate postponing your guys' lunch break so that you could accommodate mine. I mean, I really wanted to be able to do this, and I had just the right time schedule today to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any of the board members have any questions of this witness? Hearing none, why don't you go ahead and go back to your students? Thank you very, very much for
Thank you so much, board.
Thank you,
for your
Jamie.
very compelling testimony. Okay, Mr. Sheridan, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, for my next witness, I'd like to call Gabe Terrison, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Jennifer will let him into the room. I guess maybe he's there. Mr. Terrison?
Yes, just one moment, please. Just bringing up the Zoom. Okay, I'm here.
Okay, we've read your letter. We appreciate that. We've all had the chance to read your letter. Please state your name and spell it for the court reporter and briefly tell us what you want us to know.
Yeah, my name is Gabe Terrison, Gabeterreson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you folks today. Philip and I have a history together where we've spent a lot of time together. I knew Philip before he came into his addiction, or I guess in that space, and I've worked with him nearly every day since he's become clean. At the time that Philip made the choices that he made, it was shocking, and I felt a deep sense of betrayal. What we do in the mortgage industry is very personal. We help people acquire the biggest asset in their lives. We help people acquire the biggest debt in their lives, and along the way, we learn everything about their financial situation. So having Philip in a position as a loan officer where he was making the decisions that he made beyond, it shocked me to my core, because I know what the consequences are in the event that any of that information gets compromised that we have custody of. So, excuse me, I'm a little nervous trying to talk as slow as I can. I've heard that, that's also for the court reporters.
You're doing fine.
Thank you. What I really want to talk about today and share with you is the journey over the last 6 years that Philip and I have shared together. When he was released from jail, and when at the time that he entered drug court, we would have coffee on every couple month basis to check in and see how he was doing. And I knew at that time he was a different person than the person that I had known, in that experience where he was using. I felt that he was very remorseful, that he was ready to leave that life in the past. But at the same time, I knew that he was amazingly gifted and talented at what he did professionally. And so I formulated in my mind, how could I come to trust this person again professionally, from a professional standpoint? And it was a difficult thing for me to do. But Philip gained my trust each conversation that we had and each interaction that we had. And I did decide to bring him on board to help with some other personal projects, just to see, who is this person now? Is there any remnants of this person that they were previously? And every day gaining that trust, it led up to a point where I took a significant risk professionally. I've been in this industry for 30 years now. I have people that I go back with decades that trust me as a trusted advisor. I made the personal decision, that I felt that I could trust Philip conditionally. I felt that I needed to keep an eye on him and manage him much more than I paid much more attention to him, his actions, his interactions, than I would with any of my other employees. Because I felt that that's the duty of care I had to have for my clients, is to make sure that I wasn't putting someone in my organization that might have access to information that could harm them and harm myself. So, in taking baby steps with Philip, he proved to me and he proved to himself that he could set small goals and reach them, And in doing so during that process, yeah, he became one of the best in the industry at being that mortgage loan processor and that transaction coordinator. And when he said earlier that he had national recognition, he's been called one of the best in the country at what he does. So his approach to his work and in his hard work is really impressive. And he's worked really diligently to clear his name and to rehabilitate all the relationships I've seen. I mean, he's had direct interaction with hundreds of my clients in terms of coordinating and gathering information, helping them come up with solutions. How do we get this? How do we get that? And in his ability to think outside the box and come up with the very best solution, I mean, he's exceptionally good at that. So I guess that's what I want to impress is for me. I stand, if he were to relapse at this point, if he were to relapse at this point, obviously it would be devastating for him. If you were so gracious to grant him a pardon and he relapses after that, I stand to lose a significant amount of my credibility. I can't even imagine the devastation I would face personally if he were to relapse and having come back into our organization again, you know, what that would mean for myself. So I guess I don't, that's the thing I really want to impress, is that I feel confident in saying that I've got a position here waiting for him. If he's granted the pardon, we can pick up where we left off in terms of we're in contact every single day. I'm observing him physically. I'm observing how he has interaction. That heightened sense of awareness I have has not stopped, and it won't stop if we continue to if we're able to work together again. So anyway, I guess those are the things that I wanted to impress, and I'm open to any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you, Mr. Terrison. I do have one. So Philip is employed with you right now, is that correct?
No, he's taken a leave. He took a leave back in September, October, to care for his father. It was at that time that he was working for us full time in the capacity of a transaction coordinator, loan processor.
Is he welcome back in that position now, if he so desired?
Yeah, he would be remarkably well in that position, but his desire is to become a mortgage loan officer.
And so you would employ him as a mortgage loan officer. Is that
yes.
What you're saying?
Absolutely, we would. Yeah.
Any of the other board members have any questions of Mr. Terrison? Hearing none, Mr. Terrison, thank you very, very much for taking the time out of your schedule, and thank you for the compelling testimony. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure Mr. Sheridan appreciates it.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Sheridan, you want to go ahead and call your last witness?
Yes, sir. I'd like my last witness is Robin Povek.
Okay, we'll let her into the room.
And forgive me, Robin has never been on a Zoom meeting before, so my wife Andrea is actually at her place of work on a mobile device, helping her through that process.
Oh, we see somebody.
There you go. You guys are in.
Ms. Povek, you want to state your name, spell it for the court reporter?
Her audio isn't connected yet.
Yeah. You need to connect your audio. Can you hear us?
Here now.
I see her on.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, Ms. Povek, go ahead and state your name, spell it for the court reporter.
Yes, it's Robin, R-O-B-I-N, Povec, P-O-V-E-C.
All right, and tell us what you want us to hear.
Well, you know, I met Philip back in 2008. I had gone through alcohol and drug treatment, and a roommate of mine, it brought him in and introduced him. I had like a year clean, and that's when I first met Philip. And then I didn't see any more of him, and I was a big part of a recovery club that we had here in Vancouver, and was there 7 nights a week doing meetings. And I saw Philip come in there, and we kind of talked, and he said, you know, he had started getting into stuff that he didn't want to be in. And then he came and went, and I saw him. I have a little business downtown Vancouver, and I would see him down here riding a bicycle and just pretty much tore up, you know, for about the second year. And then he would come by, and I'd feed him lunch and stuff because he was broke and homeless. And then he told me he'd gotten into the drug court program, and I'm a graduate of that. So I supported him on that. He started doing well and going to meetings and really changing his life and stuff. And we've become sister and brothers in recovery, and he does a lot of mentoring. He comes and brings his young men by here for his meetings and stuff from the drug court program. So I've seen him almost a daily basis now. He's done a big change, you know, from riding a bicycle and scrounging around and doing drugs to the life he's living today. So
great.
That's probably about all. I mean, it's, you know, I see him on a daily basis. And the work he helps with the young men. I have 3 boys of my own. He's always been a mentor with them since he's been around too.
So I take it, Ms. Povek, you've been clean and sober for quite some time as well?
13 and a half years, yeah.
Good for you. Good for you. Yeah. Any of the board members have any questions of Ms. Povek? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Povek, thank you very, very much for taking the time and for being such a supporter. And we'll go ahead then and close out the testimony of the petitioner. Mr. Sheridan, do you have a 1 or 2 closing remarks before I open it up to the prosecutor?
Yes, I'd like to say one thing about my employer. When Gabe took that chance on me to bring me back as a transaction coordinator, I sat with the owner of the company, Stan Berkey, who I wrote a letter of support. And one question that Stan asked me was, did you ever do anything financially to any of your clients in the mortgage business? And I was able to, thankfully, I was able to reply, absolutely not. At no time did I ever violate any of the client, you know, documentation or identity stuff. I think it was only a matter of time, and my addiction, had it progressed, that might have been part of my history or part of my life. But thankfully it wasn't. And because of that, Stan gave the okay to bring me on board. So that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll close out the petitioner's side of the testimony and open it up for the prosecutor and any victims or family of victims. I don't think we have any, but Mr. Harvey, you have the floor. If you want to state your name, spell it for the court reporter, and tell us what you want us to know.
Thank you. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Gregory Harvey, GREGORYHARVEY, representing the Clark County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. My office originally prosecuted Mr. Sheridan for the charge that the board is considering today, and I'm also the current Clark County Drug Court prosecutor. With the board's permission, I'd make a short statement.
Go ahead. Feel free.
Thank you. I won't bear the lead. Our office supports Mr. Sheridan's petition, and we're going to ask the board to grant it, and I will briefly explain why. As prosecutors, we have 2 primary related goals. One is to do justice, and the other is to try and improve our communities. The most obvious way, or ways that we do this, is to hold people accountable when they commit crimes in ways that are fair and equitable for everybody involved. And by doing that, we hope to keep our community safe. But there are less obvious ways that we strive to fulfill these responsibilities. Justice is not always about holding people accountable for mistakes. It can also be about recognizing people for growth and progress, especially in extraordinary circumstances. And particularly in the context of a therapeutic court, improving our community is a lot more than reducing recidivism. It is about helping individuals lead healthy, safe lives, and it's about helping families, and it's about improving our communities in the ways that we can as part of the criminal justice system. You've read and heard a lot about Mr. Sheridan's journey. So I will just say that not only has Mr. Sheridan gotten clean and stayed clean, he has repaired his family relationships. He is living a productive and healthy life. And he is a significant contributor to our drug court and wider recovery community in Clark County. So to me, he is an agent in this process of improving our community. He's not just improved his life, he's improved his family's lives, and he's actively working every day to improve our community. And that's really the best that we can hope for as prosecutors, and specifically as drug court prosecutors. I will highlight one thing that he mentioned. Our drug court is a post-plea drug court, so a person has to enter a guilty plea to enter the to participate in drug court. And then previously, upon successful completion, in most cases, they simply received a reduced sentence, credit for time served. Our drug court has evolved, along with the research and the thinking when it comes to drug courts. And we now offer dismissals for virtually all charges that come into our drug court. Mr. Sheridan's charge, possession of a stolen vehicle, would be eligible for dismissal under our current guidelines. So if he were to enter the drug court now and complete the way he did, his case would be dismissed. So I feel that it is fair and equitable and just for the board to grant his petition. Thank you.
I have a question then, Mr. Harvey. So because his conviction took place back in 2014, he can't avail himself of that current dismissal?
That's correct. When we changed our policy, we did not make it applicable retroactively.
I see. Thank you. Any of the other board members have any questions of the prosecutor? Hearing none, thank you very, very much, Mr. Harvey. And again, thanks for your office participating. We like to see that. And it's very, very helpful in all of these hearings. And so far, we've had pretty good luck from your office and as well as other offices. Like you just saw you might have seen in the previous hearings, Island County and King County also very much participate. I don't think, Jennifer, we don't have any other witnesses either for or against.
No, it's all complete.
Okay, unless the board has any questions of Mr. Sheridan or Mr. Harvey or any comments, I'll close the testimony. Okay, I'll close the testimony and open it up for discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You
bet. I would make a motion that we grant the petition for a pardon for a couple of reasons. And again, this is inside of our 10-year rule. We need to keep that in mind. But I felt in in allowing the hearing, that it was extraordinary in that number one, the employer has stepped forward. Number two, that the prosecuting attorney's office and the drug court stepped forward and said, "Hey, this is a case that you need to listen to. This is somebody that has done remarkable, extraordinary things, and is deserving of both a hearing that's that's 3 years earlier than we usually grant, and also a pardon, so he can go ahead and get back to his very, very productive life as a mortgage loan originator." But I felt that because of the prosecutor's support, because of the 4 years and his continued participation in drug court, which is very, very helpful, as Mr. Harvey said, to the community and a very, very important part of the justice system, I felt a hearing was appropriate. And I now feel, after having listened to Mr. Sheridan and the witnesses and Mr. Harvey, that a pardon is appropriate. So I move that we grant the pardon as requested.
Thank you.
And I second that, Chairman McDevitt.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any other comments? Cheryl, Raul?
No, I too support it. And again, I appreciate the prosecutor. That means a lot because you have seen him. Again, I mentioned it, we read about him, but you've actually know him. And so your recommendation carries a lot of weight.
Thank you.
Any comments from any other board members? There's been a motion and a second to grant the petition for a pardon. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's 4-0 to grant the petition for a pardon. Remember, Mr. Sheridan, this is only merely a recommendation to the governor. The governor has the final say-so. Thank you very, very much. Please continue your good work with the drug court. I'm very familiar with how the drug court works in our part of the world. It's very successful both at the Superior Court side and on the federal court side, and it's very, very worthwhile. Mr. Harvey, thank you for all the work you do in the drug court. We'll go ahead and close the hearing. And
thank you so much.
You're right. We're counting on you. Jennifer, what's our program?
Chair,
when you go ahead.
Chair, I make a motion we approve the minutes of March meeting.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Good. Thanks for catching that. Jennifer, do we have an open forum now with Seattle Clemency Project? When do you want to start that? I want to give these folks everybody a break here.
Yeah, whenever you guys want to start it, it's a separate link, and click on the corrected link. I can resend it to you guys. I, for some reason, was sending out TVW's link.
I think I got it.
Okay. And Mr. Sheridan, Mr. Harvey,
yes.
You guys can go.
Okay, thank you. We were just waiting for the word.
Yeah, Mr. Harvey, if you want to participate in the clemency discussion on the procedures, you're more than welcome to click on the other link. I can send it to you.
Thank you.
But I sent it to Scott, so.
Thank you. I am actually doing court, so I will take my leave.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Good. Thank you very much. Okay, how much should we take? About 20 minutes, or what do folks need?
That works.
Cheryl?
Chair, I'm gonna bow out. I got another meeting I gotta get to.
Okay, yeah. And remember,
thank you.
This open session is, I'm going to sit through it, and any other board members want to sit through it, but you certainly don't have to. Raul's got other things to do, but I will sit through it. So why don't we start it, Jennifer, at 20 after?
Okay. I will let her.
How long do you think it might run, Chair?
I don't want it to go more than an hour, Evelyn.
Okay, so 2:20, no later than 3:30 then maybe, huh?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll be
And
on.
you're free to leave anytime you want. Okay, I'll see you back on the other link at 2:20.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Sounds good.